do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into darkest night, maybe you can keep your radio blind. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're the key. And throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. You're the key.
going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, February 28th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped, as it were, in a cyberbrain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. The not too distant cyber future. It feels like, chat, I always feel weird saying distant cyber future. I don't think we're too far off. Does it feel like it? Do you feel me? Do you feel me, chat? We're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from the cyber future. And I don't like it. I don't like being forced to pay off my student loans. I don't like having to permanently exist in a cyberbrain and body. I don't like feeling like a computer program half the time. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. How about you? How are you feeling? Anybody else mad as hell? Anybody else see that debate between the president, the vice president, and Zelensky? Did anybody see that fucking debate bro shit today? Anybody watch that? What the fuck kind of hell world are we even living in, really? Like, that's an embarrassment, not just to Donald Trump, not just to America. That's an embarrassment to humanity, all right? Humanity cringed. If you cringe too long into the void, eventually the void cringes back, apparently. Who knew? Donald Trump didn't know. And now he's experiencing it. The void is very much cringing. You had to turn it off? Wow, is it that bad? I'd be so mad if you're a hologram. Don't do that to us. I'll try. Chat, I've got a announcement to make. All right? If everything goes according to plan, which is not a fait accompli, I will be talking to you from a very different place, a very different country, less than a month from now. There it is. There's the announcement. We found an opportunity. I think it's gonna work. For the moment, this is the plan. This is the plan. You just get annoyed quickly? Wait, would you get some of it? Oh, that you got annoyed quickly by by Trump and Zelensky. Can you imagine if Putin was there? Wait, does Putin speak English? I don't think he does. BB does. BB could have been there. Chat, like, this is debate bros. This is debate bro government now. That's what they're doing. They set up a fucking ambush debate for Zelensky. Simone, Pierre, I am crossing my fingers that you're right there. Let me get this up on stream on the View. The View? What am I talking about? The View? I don't watch The View. I actually used to watch The View. It was like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I watched The View. It was a very different view, but I watched it. Like, I think it was when they started talking about politics. That's when I was like, yeah, The View. But yeah, I have not watched it in a really long time. I have no idea what's going on with The View. It's been pretty cringe. Destiny is cringed. He's pissed that he wasn't there. Let's try this again. Wow, Benno in space. Thank you for the membership. You've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing. And if I get to move, that's gonna be a good thing too. It's a little bit too good to be true, and that's why I'm like hesitating. I'm like, not for sure, but I kind of think so. I kind of think this will happen. It feels like this is gonna happen. And just understand, chat. In case anybody thinks that like that is like somehow my exit into the sunset, it's not. It's not. Streaming might be, going to a new place and trying to make the stream work and trying to hope the internet works and like, right, that can always be very dodgy, but I will make it work. And I'm going to keep on doing politics, US politics, right? I'm going to be doing actually a lot of other content too, but for different projects. And for this project, we're going to talk about politics. We're going to continue, like, in other words, the stream continues, right? That's just what I want to get across, right? It's not like I'm like, haha, I'm in Thailand, I don't have to worry about US politics again. That would be great if that was how it works, but it's not. I'm not that person. I can't leave people behind. And it's so weird, chat, because I love America. By which I mean the land, the environment that I live in, right, is a really good one. I love America, all right? And I even love some Americans that I have met in my time here. Have been pretty cool people, despite the fact that, but that's what I'm gonna miss, right?
It's been 5 years.
Tim Waltz is saying Democrats have to do. By the way, Omega Star, thank you for the super chat, and Bennu in space, thank you for becoming a member. Still great news to hear. I actually feel bad about it. Chat, I got all kinds of feelings going through me right now. Do you mind if I use you to vent? I won't vent too hard, but like, I kind of haven't talked to my family since COVID. I mean, I've talked to my sister, but I mean, when I say talked, I mean text, right? I haven't talked to my family since COVID. And, from what she told me, they actually surprised me in a good way, right? Considering how much the country is Trumpified now, and considering especially the area that they live in, very Trumpified region of the United States, I got lucky in that they fucking hate Trump. But I mean, there's still so much I don't know about them. And I'm gonna have to get the fuck out of here without even, like, I just had all these dreams in my head, chat, like where my family flew out to see me, and I took them on a bike ride or something. I showed them how beautiful the country side was here, and I just like amazed them, and they were like, "Oh wow, you seem like really happy now. That's really great." Right? I had dreams like that. They were cool dreams, and I guess that's not gonna happen. And I really wanted to, I was touching base with my sister in an effort to maybe, see my family. I didn't know until November. It didn't really dawn on, I'd thought about it, right? I was like, if Trump wins, that's going to be really bad. Yeah, it's going to be really bad. Project 2025. Yeah, Project 2025. You probably shouldn't be here if that's what's going to happen. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be here. But I'd never really dawned on me that, I might actually, that either I'm not serious about that and I'm like, no, I'm gonna fucking suck it up and take 4 more years of Trump and risk it. Really, really risk it. Or I'm gonna actually fucking move. And that means leaving, and that means a lot of things, right? A lot of emotions attached to that. A lot of friendships that, you know, I mean, like, obviously people I could still talk to, but there's something like different about like being there, and I don't really anticipate anybody crossing the ocean to come see me, so. Play Something says, I like the idea of The View, but I get overwhelmed when people talk over each other. They do that. They do that. Tim Waltz saying Democrats have to do Medicare for all with their next majority was cool. Yeah. Wait, where did you see that? Marmar, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. Aw, been in his space. That's nice. Yeah, it was just like, I don't know. It's silly, Chad. It's silly. Like, you know, because, like, you know, you can rent bikes. I was going to put my family on bikes and be like, this is where I live. And they were going to say, that's pretty cool. And then they were going to go back to where they live. And, I don't know. They'd have some idea. They'd have at least an idea of who I am and where I'm at. But it's not gonna happen now, so. Luckily, I've got plenty of Void coffee. Don't worry about me, chat. Takes me this long to Void coffee. I mean, that's a really good sound effect, right? Void coffee.
Bruh.
I mean, I guess sometimes life is just a little bit of a
Dingus Gambit.
You just have to say,
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
something like that, Tipster. Something like that. Yeah, Tipster knows what I'm. This guy gets it. But yeah, it's gonna be a real. Obviously, it's gonna. I was just about to say it's gonna be a real change of pace. Like that seems like the most obvious thing in the world. Like I'm stating the obvious there. It's gonna be no. It's gonna be completely the same. No, of course it's gonna be a big, you know, change of pace. Jesus Christ. Department of Understatements. I mean, if there is a Department of Understatements out there, I'll probably work there. They'll probably need my help. You know, they'll need to understand how understated something can actually be. And they might not know until I gave my take. And they're like, wow, that is an understatement. Yes, that's right. That's what I do. I understate. Wait, tea and coffee? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, bruh, tea and boy coffee. I got you. I got you, Uncle Slayer. You can do that job, the help desk for the Department of Understatement. It's going to be the beginning of new memory and new dreams. Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's like, you know, it's very exciting. It's very exciting, and I'll be doing so many exciting things out there that I don't know how I'm going to manage this. I'm going to have to get on Vivance or something, chat, because, like, I'm going to be one busy lady. I'm going to be doing another job in addition to streaming, and, God, I always feel... Maybe I can hire an editor. Wait, I can hire an editor. I think I could. like, yeah, if all goes according to plan, I should be able to hire an editor. So, yeah, you'll get videos. Unlike the one that I've been promising you for, like, weeks and weeks now. I feel so bad, chat. I just keep on, like, kind of working on, you know, either the move or, just kind of dealing with life, and I keep on not having time to sit down and edit another video. But I was just telling my friend that I love editing. I truly, truly love editing. What I do not love about editing is that it takes a long time. It takes a long time for me to edit something. And so it's almost like you either have to, no editor, stay independent. Okay, wait. This is either like an Asmongold joke? Wait, is this, no, yeah, is this an Elon joke? But yeah, editing is really fun. I don't know. It's like a creative thing that I like to do. It's just like, the whole thing is, like, I figured out a way to make streaming viable. Who knew that was going to happen, chat? Certainly not me. Certainly not a few years ago. Certainly not when I was the most hated woman on Twitch. For an entire summer, I was like Voldemort. Like, I was seriously, yeah, like, to even speak her name is like, you know, she's the mean girl that ambush debate Dylan Burns. It was like that. That was what it was like. And I got so much hate. And I dealt with so much shit from people. And, like, my views went, like, boom. Like, I went from being, you know, like a small but reasonably sized streamer to being just, like, having, you know, like a very small concurrent set of viewerships. Because the people that were watching me were the people that liked all those shit-ass debate bros, you know? Like, that was the audience I had. I had a crossover with Vosh, with Demon Mama, crossover with Dylan, crossover with Destiny. That was the kind of audience that, you know... And at the time, Chad, I didn't know you existed. It's not that I didn't want an audience like you, it's that I thought an audience like you did not exist, or at least like that's what it felt like in that part of content creation. I was always finding myself having to kind of cater to, like, okay, well, let's do this, but for like liberal dude bros. Like, don't say anything to piss off the liberal, and by liberal, I mean kind of centrist. I mean, you know the type, right? The Twitch poll type. The whole world of Twitch was like that. My view of content creation was like that. And as such, I was just kind of like, well, you know, you got to be kind of like, you know, you got to kind of cater to an overwhelmingly bro-y audience, which really changes your content. And so when I stood up for myself and tried to, you know, do right by trans people, like in terms of advocating, when nobody else would, I thought that, you know, like to me, it looked like the world just falling down, because the kind of people that watched me just like, they really hated that. They really hated that about me. There were rules, like, right? This, the way that clout works is if you're sort of part of a clout network, which knowingly or unknowingly, I mean, I guess I sort of knew, I was, there's rules that you don't say bad things about your social betters. You don't disagree with them, you don't make them look bad, and if you debate them and they don't know what they're talking about, you're supposed to somehow let them win. And I really thought that I had blown my chance by not doing that. I really thought that an audience like this somehow did not exist. It's weird though, because I knew people like this existed. I knew I existed. I knew that I represent like more than just, you know, one person. I knew that overwhelmingly, yeah, people I knew in real life felt like this, and we're not these kind of weird reactionary progressive dude bros, right? And I never, like when I was experiencing that, I didn't realize I was going to get to the place where, no, you're going to, not only are you going to rebuild your audience, right? You're going to make streaming actually viable. And I did. And it's kind of at the expense of like all of my time and creative juices, right? With streaming as much as I do, stuff like editing became harder and harder. Crowder managed to convince his racist anti-Semitic audience that Sam Seder was sneaky. Oh, from the Sam Seder What a Nightmare. You only know about Dylan's content from Bad and Padada. Well, that was the whole thing, is like I was just too enmeshed in that world. And I mean, like, that's kind of how content works. You go where the audience is, but that was not a good place. Any place that you're not allowed to be honest is not a good place to be. What editing software program do you use? I use DaVinci Resolve. And the reason is, well, the main reason is that it's free. It's a free software. You can get an upgraded version, and the upgraded version does have a lot of cool bells and whistles. I now at this point will freely admit that. There's a while where I was like, you don't need to upgrade, but they do actually have some pretty cool stuff in the upgraded version. But the the free version it gets the job done. It gets the job done, and it's powerful once you know how to use it. So yeah, DaVinci Resolve is my and also like they're fucking Adobe. They're so predatory with their pricing. Like it blows my mind that like software went from like you buy it for I don't know how much was software back in the day. You buy it once and you own it. And there's like upgrade, like that, going from that to being like, oh no, you're paying for this shit every month. You want to keep this for next month? That'll be, oh my God. Like everything becoming a subscription kind of sucks. Found Noah Sampson at FD before learning about Debate Bros, so I happily avoided the likes of Destiny and Xanderhall. So glad you found your niche. I'm so glad I found you, audience. But seriously, like you are I don't know how to explain this. You're a bit of a dream come true. Is it okay to say? That's not like too... It's $20 a month, $20 US a month for yeah. So I go with DaVinci, and goddamn, like I went with DaVinci out of spite for subscriptions. That's a great reason to go with DaVinci. I don't have a problem with DaVinci. Now there are certain things in DaVinci that are very out of the box, and I probably have used them. But sometimes when I see videos of people doing DaVinci, and it's like too out of the box, I like laugh. You know, like when somebody, if you have like a keyboard and it has like default tones or maybe even like default rhythms or something like that. When somebody plays that, you just like, you kind of like laugh because it's like, you haven't even made your own patch yet. But that's mean. And there's a few things in DaVinci. Like I'm thinking there's a title that's like got a, it's got like a it's got like the corner of a square next to it or something that I'm like, oh yeah, this person uses DaVinci. I don't blame people for using it though. It's a pretty title. But yeah, if you've I feel like I try to avoid stuff like that because it's like you see it so much and you don't want your stuff to look like everybody else's. I'm making you tear up? Oh my God, chat, I'm tearing up. I never thought that I could get this far. Right? I never thought that I could actually make this work because it was hard for me. It was a very uphill, well, like what it was this, chat. It was a very not steep climb at first, right? because I just kind of, I don't know, I just kind of got into everyone's algorithm. And I went from, I got to like 1,000 subs way faster than most people do. But then like right after that, I got hit with just massive hate from all adjacent communities. And those were the communities that I had overlap with. So I was Ethan Klein. Not really, I wasn't Ethan Klein. I wasn't advocating for I wasn't hating on pro-Palestinian protesters, no. But I in terms of like losing an audience, in terms of subs go down, views go down, number goes down, that kind of stuff, it was bad. And then for like a long time, it was this huge struggle to be relevant, considering what people seem to want for the longest time was Demon Mama, was Xanderhal, was Vosh. But I still held out hope. I was like, you know what? I was close enough. Okay. I was close enough to Demon Mama's size for a while. I'm not giving up just because this is tough and I've had some setbacks, and like I was just like, there's gotta be a better audience out there. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about Ethan Klein. I got a lot going on today, and I'm really happy. That it looks like I'm gonna be able to move. So, chat, now I don't want to build this up too much, okay? But I have been talking to my future employer, and again, not quitting streaming, okay? Not scaling back streaming, not, you know, I'm gonna keep on going with this. I'm gonna make this work. But for, you know, and it looks like I might be going to Japan. I might be able to stream from Japan, which is like dodgy, because obviously it's only really a Japan stream if I'm doing IRL. And if I'm doing IRL, I'm kind of making myself like one of those Americans. The Americans the live streamers that have come to Japan have caused so much shit there. Do you know what I'm talking about, chat? But yeah, I mean, chat, everybody seemed to, like the whole thing was, it seemed like what people were really biting on back then, for whatever reason, was somebody that was like, I'm a leftist, but I'm not one of those leftists. What, somebody like that's like a leftist with like a huge reactionary streak. I don't know if Destiny is like you know, if, like, it does seem like everybody was like imitating Destiny, and maybe that's why. Maybe that is why it was like that, right? Because Destiny is somebody who had success as a political streamer, and a bunch of people, yeah, Destiny was big, Vosh was big, and then it seemed like everybody else, all the Xanderhalls and the Keffels of the world, they just tried to copy off of that model. And part of that model is, I don't know, like having a lot of baggage that you refuse to unpack, having a lot of privilege that you have refused to acknowledge. There's part of that whole thing of the edgy boy messiah archetype, is that you gotta be like shitty to other people on the left, right? Destiny established the pattern. Vosh maybe was even more reactionary and reactive at various times. And then every single person in that network was like, no, you gotta be cool. You go far enough left, you will get your guns back. No, I mean, guns are probably... I'm not saying guns are... Unfortunately, marksmanship may be a needed skill in the not-so-distant cyber future. God damn. But But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, you had to be like on the left, but also hate leftists. And that was true amongst like the YouTube, debate adjacent streamers. And that was true especially on Twitch poll. Especially on Twitch. That was just taken for granted on Twitch poll. And it was really weird because like I always occupied the space in between the actual leftists and the sock dems or whatever. And I could only sort of keep that stable for so long before like I felt like I had to say something. I was like, no, dude, having a fucking transphobe on your stream and allowing them to gish gallop like tropes, yeah, that's pretty harmful. That is like you do you, and if you disagree with me in a debate, that's fine, but don't call yourself progressive and be doing content that harms trans people, right? Don't be doing like trans content in a way that's irresponsible and then call yourself some kind of ally. I don't know. It was just like I had to say something. I wasn't the only one. At the time, chat, you're not going to believe this. But, after this debate that Dylan hosted where he allowed Rob Noor, if you know, Rob Noor to just pop off with all this transphobic bullshit with no check on gish galloping, which is Rob's technique. That's what Rob does. He's a fucking professional gish galloper. And it's like, gish gallop is one thing in just any old debate, but when you're talking about a debate about the existence of a kind of people, there's something gross about allowing the gish gallop. And in general, you gotta say something about that. Like, I don't want to be like the debate police and tell people, how they're gonna run their thing. But yeah, I wasn't the only one who thought this was a fuck up, right? I remember two people for sure, Kevin Logan, actually, Kafe Logus, and Chud Logic of all people. This was a very different Chud Logic, a very different streamer. This was Chud Logic, the bread tuber, believe it or not. And they both brought on Dylan and raised concerns, but they knew enough to step off and kind of like let him have the last word. Let him feel smart. Let it just be all, well, that's your opinion, I guess, right? And I was the third show that Dylan would go on, and I did not let him off the hook. Not that I was trying to fucking cancel him or ruin him or anything like that. I just was like, no, this is a real fucking problem, and it's something you gotta address. Wait, you remember Rob Noor? I mean, Rob Noor's just your basic MAGA guy. But yeah, I mean, like that's like chat. That's where all the problems started, right? I was in this space, kind of just being, I don't know, wishy-washy. Like somebody that was just like, okay, that's cool. You're gonna do that. You feel that way. Right, just kind of accommodating the debate bro mentality, accommodating, these kind of self-hating lefties. And I think I was shitty then. I think I was, you could even say grifting, right? If you have a problem with something, you don't say anything, you're kind of like low-key grifting. And it was only when I stood up to it was my best qualities that got me canceled. That was the irony. And that's what I was afraid I'd never come back from. But anyway, chat, we got to get to Sam Seder. This is an epic piece of content I got for you tonight. We've got Piers Morgan hosting two different panels, one with Sam Seder. I want to be really clear to you, all right? I'm not nobody, I've tried to make it really clear. This is not what you want it to be, all right? This is not what I want it to be. We all want it to be Sam Seder debates Ana Kasparian, all right? If I told you I had Sam Seder debating Ana Kasparian, I would be lying to you. And I'm not going to do that, all right? They don't debate each other, and you know why they don't debate each other. It's not because Sam wouldn't be okay with it. It's because Ana would never in a million years would Ana ever let that happen. And so they're on two different panels. Pierce, you really missed out by... Pierce, could Pierce, do you think, chat, like, okay, is it too much of me to expect of Pierce? If you got Sam Seder on, and you got Ana Kasparian on, and they're, you know, coming in at close to the same time, could you not kind of just, like, accidentally mix up the panels? And be like, whoops, oh, I'm sorry, Ana, did we put you on with Sam? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, the asteroid is gonna miss us. Yeah, that's right, Schmegly. Is it bad of me to wish that? To wish that Pierce would play a little joke on Ana Kasparian and bring her on with Sam? But no, chat, unfortunately, that's not what happens, but it should be interesting anyway. Sam is really good at triggering the kind of people that Pierce has on. All I know so far is that Benny Johnson, you know Benny Johnson from the Left Can't meme? He's like really, is he really popular? Is Benny Johnson really popular now? Because that's sad. He doesn't want TYT contributors to... Oh, yeah, because if he pisses off Ana, maybe he loses access to Jank, too. Play something says who? Look, if you don't know who Benny Johnson is, consider yourself lucky. Benny Johnson is the biggest fucking cringe lord I know. Like, he does, like, right-wing memes, right? He's like somebody who used to give TED Talks about the importance of memes, or, I don't know, he's just like, he's cringe. He's ultra cringe. Oh no, wait, the asteroid will pass between the Earth and the Moon? Damn. Not popular, also a Russian asset. Yeah, Benny, Joshua is referring to the contract, I guess it would be, that he had with Tenet Media. He looks like a goober? He is a goober. Benny definitely did not search for gay Cruises Johnson. Wait a minute, there's something about that, isn't there? Is he closeted? Oh yeah, he's like one of the most famously closeted right-wingers in the world, right? Chat, did you know that Peter Thiel used to be a closeted right-winger? Peter Thiel, you know, is gay, but wanted to be in the closet. And Gawker, of all places, I think, somehow revealed that he was gay. And he got so mad that he funded Hulk Hogan, of all people. He funded Hulk Hogan to sue Gawker, and that's why Gawker doesn't exist. That would be epic if I was that good at playing piano, Bugsy, that I could talk and just casually play the soundtrack to Final Fantasy VII. Vinny is insufferable, yeah. So we're gonna get into that. Oh, the other thing, I kind of want to watch the, I haven't seen the whole Putin thing yet. Did Thiel want to be in the closet because he was a gay conservative or because he's a vampire? Yeah. Oh, wait. He kept, complaining about getting ads for gay cruises on his social media? People were like, buddy, those are targeted ads. You looked those up. Damn. Gawker took a lot of rich and powerful, took down a lot of people that were rich and powerful. Even though it was kind of a tabloid, I mean, he was fired for plagiarism. Oh yeah, that's right, Bevarius. Yeah, that's old lore of Benny Johnson. The Zelensky meeting I need to watch. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, so we'll probably watch that first, and then we'll take a look at what Ana Kasparian and Samuel Seder have for us on. What is Pierce's show called again? He should call his show Guten Morgan. Oh god, that's such a bad joke. I gotta say, there's a slight bit of disrespect to Sam Seder.
He's a spokesperson for President Trump, and she can obviously...
Right, so you know that Piers Morgan makes thumbnails, and usually he puts about 4 people. Right, Piers Morgan Uncensored. God, that's so uncreative. Piers Morgan Uncreative is what they should call it. They should call it... The Zelensky meeting was wild. It kind of made me upset for some weird reason. It's totally staged. Oh my god, chat. We gotta get going. Okay, so, we are... We're at 11% on the dono goal right now. If we make that 11% a 100%, we'll get bonus content. Right? And that thing goes forward every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me over on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate because they're making it hard to get paid on Twitch, chat. You get demonetized if you're a political streamer over there. So you're literally the only way that I get paid. And thank you to those of you who do sub and support. I appreciate that greatly. The other thing that you can do if you donate is you can let me know which of these topics, which you see in the poll is on YouTube, which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. And I will be happy to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus helping it win, because it looks like it's going to be a close one tonight. It looks like it's rather close. Bernie's Back Baby in first place with 32%. Hassan and Truanon, that's Brace Belden, on the Epstein files. Yeah, if you don't know, Trump was supposed to release the Epstein files, and he didn't release shit. Like, he put out stuff that's already been published. In fact, I think it was redacted from what's already been published. It's weird. And I'm not the only one who thinks that's weird, right? Apparently a lot of the MAGA chuds are a little bit weirded out about. They thought with Trump they were going to get to see the Epstein stuff. And for whatever reason, Trump does not want them seeing the Epstein stuff. So, yeah, Hassan and Brace got together to talk about the Epstein files, and I thought that's, when I think of Epstein, I think of Brace, so that is in third place. Second place, and tied in third place is TYT Sweeps for Destiny And more Ethan seething. That's right, Ethan Klein. We did not watch all of him. We did not have time to watch all of his seething. There's more seething. In fact, there might even be more that happened today. Anybody know if Ethan... I know that Ethan at least mentioned Hassan, but did he talk about Hassan today? If he didn't talk about Hassan today, or if he didn't, like, you know, get into that, then this would be the first time in a long time. Release the Krakenstein? Wait, the Krasenstein brothers? I voted for Bernie because he came to Nebraska. Apparently he's been on fire lately. The way BJ Vance spoke to Zelensky was just despicable. Yeah, that was pretty fucked up. Like, somebody needs to come out and just like hose him down with Diet Mountain Dew. That's how you keep Vance calm. That's how you keep Vance in check, right? He gets excited unless you spray him down with Mountain Dew, Diet Mountain Dew. It has to be Diet. Has to be Diet. Wait, didn't he make fun of, like, people from Appalachia for having bad teeth in that Hillbilly Elegy book? Didn't he talk about Mountain Dew mouth or something? There's a video of Chaya Rychek holding up a copy of the Epstein report with a wildly gleeful look on her face. Didn't the Majority Report cover that? Make it a running joke, more Ethan C. Yeah, it's like the eel pit. Wait, unless you're Asmund? Pierce, wait, what's the deal with Asmund? Asmongold. Oh, give him a new couch? Yeah, that would work too. But he has to be hosed down with Mountain Dew every so many hours, with Diet Mountain Dew. It was on MR today. Ethan Klein is an endless well of seething. Well, we're gonna talk about some other stuff today. I hope you don't mind. I'm sure there's more Ethan stuff that I could get to, but we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a day off. There's only so much Ethan I can do. There's only so much do that JD Vance can do, but he does like to do the do. Do you know who else likes to do the do? My Patreons, who I am very thankful for because they support me every month. And it supports me both morally, emotionally, and financially, and I appreciate that. Everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out. You get the early release version of the videos. You get it unredacted and uncensored. At the $5 level or higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those shout outs now. Shouts out Oral Ellipsis, shouts out Temporal Insanity, shouts out Steven Sayers, shouts out Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Ma Goggles, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. And with that, chat, I don't know which of these Trump Zelensky.
For 4 years, the United States of America.
That doesn't look like the whole thing. Oh, there's the whole thing. I gotta question the director. Did you see how that started, chat? What the fuck? Oh no. My god. My god. That's literally, they started in a close-up zoom in. That's... Did they leave the camera zoomed and they had to... They turn on the camera like, oops, sorry, it's zoomed in. You had to explain Benny Johnson to your elder lib mom? I'm sorry. You need to start spraying him down with Mountain Dew. What the fuck? Coffee Actual, thank you for the follow. It's like something from The Office? Yeah. It's his pooping face. It kind of looks like it. I gotta get out of here, chat. I can't stay. I can't stay in this country any longer. This is fucking wild. This never should have happened. Like, how many fuck-ups did it take to bring us this moment? He has resting poop face? I guess so. Like, anybody who thinks that we might be in a simulation, I guess you get to mark off a few bingo squares today. They changed to Cameraman 2 at the wrong time. Well, this is apparently, it's the beginning of, like, I picked Forbes because I think that Forbes does not love Trump. Do they? I can't tell. I really can't tell from what they post. I feel like Hassan wouldn't be a hypocrite if he left. Well, that's just the thing, chat. I want to be able to say my piece. I want to be able to say whatever I feel like saying, and I don't want to disappear in the night. I mean, like, living in a different country is not necessarily going to prevent that, but it'll make it a lot less likely. Hopefully. Wait, the Lana Del Rey song? Wait, what song? SM. Diet Mountain Dew, New York City? Wait, actually, I don't know that one. I feel like I should. Vance in the donut shop video after seeing how he spoke to Zelensky? I have to mark myself as... Oh, you were responding to... Yeah, there's a content label that they require. And it does keep us from being monetized. Is Lana officially a Trumper? Is she? Is that real? I don't want that to be real. What should we call this segment, chat? This is, How do I spell Zelensky? I've never... Zelensky? Is it spelled just like how it sounds? Zelensky. Something like that, then All right, so let me know how the video is when I do this. I'm gonna try to stream to shorts and to regulars at the same time. Oh my god, just in time for the music to end. Isn't that kind of wild? Okay, so let's get this started. We're gonna cover this whatever the hell this is between Trump and Zelensky. This ugly, ugly moment in geopolitics. It's not and it seems very much to me to be almost scripted. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say that it's 100%. Oh my god, that's cute. But we're not gonna do cute right now. We're gonna do Trump. All right, we're gonna cover this horrible event for posterity, if nothing else. All right, so when I go live with this, let me know if this affects the regular stream in any sort of bad way. Let me know on Twitch. Let me know on YouTube. Because we're jumping right into it. Oh, great. Should have checked. It looks like I don't have... All right, here we go. That's Trump. That is how the shot starts, right? Like we watched this, just a little bit of this opening, and it's almost like cinematic. We're starting in Trump's face. He's making this face, and just watch the cinema, because I swear to God, this is scripted. This has been written. I really do think they planned this ambush, right? And it gives them every excuse, you know, the most excuse it possibly could to try to blow up whatever deal that they had negotiated involving, Ukraine giving up some of its rights to, you know, he said rare earth minerals, but from what I've heard, there really are no appreciable levels of rare earth minerals in Ukraine. So we're talking about like lithium and some other stuff, you know, it's still useful, but yeah, I don't know. This is a stupid deal is what I'm trying to tell you. Like there's no sense to this deal, and even the stuff that Trump feels like he's extracting, it's almost like they're just giving this as like a bone for him to chew on, right? But watch what happens. Watch how he turns this situation completely ugly, giving him a precedent to maybe not sign any kind of security arrangement with Ukraine and Zelensky. So.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President.
Wait, let's see that one more time. I'm sorry, the cinematography is wild.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor.
There's JD Vance.
President Zelensky of Ukraine.
And he's looking kind of irritated, chat. If this guy doesn't get sprayed down with Diet Coke every 2 hours, he's just not okay. He's got to have his Diet Mountain Dew. Sorry, I said Diet Coke. He's got to get sprayed down with Diet Mountain Dew every 2 hours. Otherwise, he gets a little antsy. He gets a little irritable. You can see that. You can see. Look, he's mad dogging Zelensky. This shit opens up, and JD Vance is mad dogging Zelensky. You see that? Zelensky's looking down. He's not trying to be confrontational at all.
Very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time, and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And
Okay, so yeah, they
look forward to getting in and digging.
important to note, they had a deal. He's trying to do the drill baby drill, but with rare earth minerals. They're not rare earth minerals, but they're some kind of minerals. So he's like, dig baby dig, digging and working. Is he gonna diggy hole?
Is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and
Diggy hole.
working and getting some of the rare earth.
We're gonna get those rare earth minerals. They're not for Ukraine, they're for us.
But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going
Always a good discussion with President Putin. More on that later.
to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've
But he's the art of the deal, so
the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. On both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through.
he would have told you to give up. Don't ask. Give up those blasts. You know? Yeah, that's probably true. You would have given Putin everything he wanted.
But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together with...
Wait, Schmegley, what are you talking about? There's a 2-minute update video on this meeting, so... yeah, I'm guessing what Schmegley's talking about is the, so like the status, going into this meeting was like, we've got a deal, we've negotiated it, right? These events are not for debate, usually, right? These events are for announcing a deal, for shaking hands and talking about what a great conversation that you had, even if you didn't have a good conversation, right? These are press events. And that's how this usually goes. Talk behind the scenes, come in front of the press, announce the deal. Right? But that's not what happened today. Spoiler, okay? That's not what happens here. But yeah, the deal kind of gets blown up, or at least that's kind of where we leave it. So I'm guessing that Schmegley is talking about an update to whether the deal is on again, off again, what exactly is going on. Because, obviously they had a deal negotiated before. And, who knows? Is this a tactic for Trump to like renegotiate? Is this a deal that Trump doesn't want to sign? I guess we'll try to figure it out.
We're also discussing some other things, and we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting or we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation. And really I hope that this first document will be a first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But
as we look at this, what do you call it? Like a rogues gallery, yeah. As we look at these rogues, this rogues gallery of failed Republican weirdos, I want you to, notice like JD Vance acting. I think theater kid JD Vance feels like he's acting, right? He's looking at the Zelensky a little too intensely. Marco Rubio, on the other hand, is probably like, how the fuck did I get here? I hate this guy. I hate Donald Trump. He's taking the country in the wrong direction, fucking over America's allies and helping out somebody that I view to be reprehensible, right? Marco Rubio is in a really strange place here, right? He, of all people in the Trump administration, knows that what's going on with the United States alignment is wrong, but he can't say anything. He can't say anything except for, I resign. If he wants to, you know what I mean? If he doesn't agree, that's all he can say. Little Marco is transfixed, says Bevarius.
And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you about the drones production. We have very good.
Is that Hegseth?
I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians, and I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course with the United States, and we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. That's why we need this air shield. And of course,
so one major point of contention about this whatever agreement potentially gets signed. Russia wants Ukraine more or less actually pretty much demilitarized, yeah. Russia does not want Ukraine to retain stuff like air defense. Russia does not want Ukraine to, retain any sort of military strength at all. And obviously, Ukraine knows that whatever land they give up in the deal is probably not the end of it. Putin's probably going to want more.
About this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names. They changed their,
Can we call Trump Krasnov?
Their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia.
Agent Krasnov.
We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big, big dream, task, and goal for me. And
well, here's what I gotta say. All right. Trump always likes to say, Russia, Russia, Russia. It's a hoax. The Russia, Russia, Russia hoax, right? And, you know, I often hear people on the left also be like, oh, you know, Russiagate? Yeah, oh, that Russiagate shit. Oh, God, this fucking MSNBC libs in here with their Russiagate, right? And, like, look, I mean, I think there is, like, a Russiagate that is truly cringe and horrible and gross. But that is the Russiagate where you're saying, I think that Hillary Clinton actually won the election, except for that Putin maybe stole the election, right? That's cope. That's Hillary Clinton cope. And I will not abide that. However, thinking that there is something strange between the relationship between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is not silly at all, right? I don't know what's going on. There's been stuff about Trump that has either panned out or has not panned out. You know, in terms of his relationship with Vladimir Putin, I don't know if we'll ever know. But we got to admit that the interaction between these two is strange, is really fucking strange. And that's my Russiagate. Omega Star, thank you for the $15 contribution to my moving fund, and for pushing us further in the dono goal. We are now at what 26%, only 76 or 74% of the way to the dono goal.
Our words.
But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, there is definitely something strange going on between Putin and Trump, and I don't think anybody really denies that.
By the way, Mr. President, we exchanged, released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's can I now?
Yeah, please.
Please. 1 minute. I just you to understand.
But doesn't the fact that the Rus come from Kiev give Ukraine claim to Russia? The Kievan Rus?
In what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there. And that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war.
There's also been a kind of strange thing of Ukraine that, like, ever since October 7th happened, there's been like a startling difference in the way that Israel gets treated. You know, asking for aid from the U.S., asking for weapons from the U.S. Versus Ukraine. There's been a very disconcerting difference between the kind of support that Israel's getting and Ukraine. And it seems like it's, him being like, look, we've got prisoners. We've got, prisoners, and this is how they looked when they, before. This is how they looked after. This is how Russia's been treating our prisoners, in other words.
Rules. Everybody knows.
It's almost like he's trying to say, oh, does he not know that, like, we have POWs too?
There are rules during the war. So
the Kievan Rus? Yeah.
They don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, that's tough stuff.
I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is pastor By the way, they stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. We, at the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. So I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course, we
And
will.
I think we will. And
We have to, of course.
do you have any questions, please?
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money.
He's going to get into the raw earth. He's going to be raw dogging the earth over there. What the fuck, Trump?
Will be made from the same.
I think he means rare earth minerals, but again, like my understanding is they're not real. It's not really. They don't have rare earth minerals.
And from the use of raw earth. And as you know,
Raw earth. We got to get this good raw earth, folks. I heard it's really good.
much raw earth.
It's better than the cooked earth.
A lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much.
It's protected by the environmentalists.
They have,
but not for long.
Among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military.
Everybody's so obsessed with AI.
It's really going to very much satisfy our needs.
Isn't AI basically a bubble waiting to burst?
It was something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do. This puts us in great shape.
And the long-term security for Ukraine, how is this provided?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting.
Look, the fact that the United States does not have access to a lot of rare earth minerals, and that is true, or the production capacity to process those rare earth minerals, it is, a strategic problem going forward. And it wouldn't be a problem if the United States were a good citizen and steward of the world. In other words, if the United States wasn't fucking everyone over. If the United States was not acting like the 5,000-pound gorilla that sleeps wherever it wants, then it wouldn't be a problem to get, you have, trade deals and alliances, and, you can get the raw earth minerals, the rare earth minerals, right? It's only a problem because the United States is making itself hated amongst the world.
I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. And we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal because right now, last week,
Trump, pictures of dead children? Thank you. Tucks it into his coat. Now about those minerals.
2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000. And they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things.
Attack of the Hank, be careful what you wish for. In the past, Ben Garrison has been quite willing to sexualize the president. Didn't he have a falling out with Trump, though? I don't know if he's still falling out with Trump or if he's back on the Trump train. Wasn't there a little while where Ben Garrison stopped drawing Trump sexy?
This is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have, and we're able.
They got the raw earth, folks.
With very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country.
Mr. President,
This allows us to do that.
But Mr. President,
will you continue
I'm sorry.
sending military aid?
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next document, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really goodwill for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President.
They did.
Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Here we go. Look at JD Vance. Like, how did anybody think this guy is going to be really likable? Maybe that was the, I don't know.
but Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington, Abraham Lincoln. I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham.
Benito Mussolini.
Now, you know I'm only kidding, right?
Francesco Franco.
Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington. But you never know. You never know.
He's already basically said that he's better than, he like flexed on Martin Luther King, right? When he talked about his crowd size on January 6th, right? He bragged that it was like it was more people than Martin Luther King Jr. got.
I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know. But I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important.
This is a weird thing to say when you have, yeah, that's right. There's never been multiple constitutional crises that occurred within the first month. That's true.
This to me is one of
Marco knows. This guy gets it.
The most important things, because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President Trump,
will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That President Trump is on your side?
He can't answer that question. We do understand this, right? Like, he is relying on
at this moment.
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, sort of a stupid question. I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But,
He's translating for Zelensky now?
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation, and I think that President Trump on our side, and of course,
I mean, he's right. It's a silly question in that he can't answer it honestly, especially not with like Trump sitting right there next to him. But
I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes, and Putin, the president,
the whole time he's like, "Please don't stop support."
About the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory. They came to our land.
Yeah, he was trying to bring that point up earlier when Trump was like, "It never should have started."
This war, and they have to stop.
And he's like, "We didn't start it. We got attacked."
I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President, or when, he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall. And thank you.
We've had very, very good talks.
Mr. President,
What about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelensky just said that there'll be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you think that you may be able to offer or bring to the table? For example, elections. Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile. To put it mildly, they've been very hostile. There's been a vicious war. There's been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level.
Oh yeah, Caitlin is definitely there.
And those bullets go out, and as
Caitlin Collins,
times we were talking about it with Pete,
who I feel like I misidentified it as Aaron Burnett for some reason.
Many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body, and in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot.
It's great farmland. Then he reaches out and punches Zelensky in the ribs and says, "Stalin knew that."
So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
will President Putin have to make compromises?
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction. If this election...
Okay, I gotta say, all right? If supporting a country that Russia's at war with, arming a country that Russia's at war with, destroying a natural gas pipeline of a country of Russia, if arming them with drones, with missile defense, with like anti-aircraft, with HIMARS, with who knows what else, right? and then supporting that country even as it blows up bridges in Crimea and it makes an incursion into Russia itself, right? If none of that has started World War III, then Trump, I think you're miscalculating. Like, there's a lot of lines that have been crossed, is what I'm saying, chat. There's a lot of lines, a lot of potential red lines for, even just Russia using tactical nukes, possibly, right? There's a lot of these lines that have been crossed, and I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened. I mean, obviously World War III is nothing to fuck with, but
we're lost. If we didn't win this election, and by the way, we won it by a lot. That was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything.
Okay, and I think we've been over this. I've shown you the Trump election in 2024 in comparison to a number of elections, blowouts, and close elections. And even the close elections were won by more than Trump's margin. This is like what, the second lowest margin after his first win? Oh yeah, his first win was a negative margin.
The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things.
Take a look at a map. Okay, that's great. That doesn't tell you that doesn't tell you the number of voters. He's like, but look at a map though. I got a lot of territory in this map of places nobody lives.
Get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
My second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit?
Oh, here we go. Who is this asshole? Who is this piece of shit? Do we know who this is? Can somebody tell me who this is? Is this like an OAN guy? Narwhal by nature says Trump is the queen, can't do nothing wrong. Let's be real, we knew Trump would never release the unredacted information about Epstein, if at all, considering that Trump was on the Lolita Express and was close to him. Yeah, I mean, this just pissed off a lot of his base. A lot of the base they were thinking that he was going to show them, receipts that were like, oh yeah, Hillary was involved and Bill Clinton was involved, Barack Obama was involved, Michelle Obama. The Obama kids, I don't know, just like, yeah, they thought they were going to get everyone. They were going to roll up everybody as all the Democrats, all the liberals were working with Epstein, and it turns out that Trump didn't release shit. Like, the stuff that was released is stuff that's already been made public. There was nothing new. In fact, if I remember, he works for OAN. Chat, did I call it or did I call it? That guy smells like OAN. That guy smells like... What does OAN even stand for? I can't remember. Odorous assholes.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Trump thinks he will be remembered as a president of peace. Reality is that Trump will be remembered as the cruelest and most corrupt president in history.
True, Izzy, and thank you for the super chat. Kenyatta is helping us out here with the wait, these are rare earths. Titanium, graphite, lithium, and uranium. Those are minerals. Ukraine can't think of any tech engineering company that could use those. Yeah. These are minerals, but they're not rare earth minerals, from my understanding.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit.
Can I at least say something that's good that's happening? I mean, Walter, it depends on what you mean. If by good you mean entertaining, this is really entertaining. Trump at the end of this, hey, you want to hear me agree with Trump? Here, I'll do it. All right, at the end of this, Trump is going to say, well, this makes for some good television. Trump was right. This does indeed make for some good television. As a television executive producer, Trump is doing quite well for himself. As a reality show creator, Trump is doing quite well for himself. In terms of the way that the algorithm involves with content, yeah, it loves this kind of shit, right? This is an Oval Office meeting, right? This is the meeting that happens after negotiations take place behind closed doors. And maybe is there yelling and screaming and shouting and people getting mad in those negotiations? Maybe, sometimes. But when you come out in front of the press, you give a very unified front, and you said we had a good talk and we all agreed on this, and we, right? This is the boring part, right? So this would all be like a wax museum normally. Right? There's just nothing going. This is the animatronics in Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? Just boring. But under Trump, this has become a debate. And so as far as, things that entertain me, I guess, he's right. This is very entertaining. Now, I would love it if I could be entertained with something other than the geostrategic state of the world, right? To be playing theatrical games with that, I think is probably bad. So in terms of the way that it affects our material reality, Robin, this is one turd that I unfortunately can't shine for you. And I am trying to look on the silver lining of said turd. I am doing my best to look on the silver lining of it. All I can give you is that we're fucking going down in a ball of flames, but at least we're going to be well entertained. I don't know. That's the best I can do for you.
Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problem.
Do you own a suit? Why aren't you wearing a suit? We're all wearing suits, sir. This is what serious people wear. Why are you not in a suit, sir? Do you look at my tie? Canary yellow number 232. No, I mean, I'm seriously, this...
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting...
I don't have such... I will wear costume after this war will finish.
Okay, now I don't know, like costume in what? It's like some German language? Does a costume mean like a blazer? I feel like costume means that in another language. I don't think Zelensky's like English is... I'm not sure if he's understanding and able to say back exactly what he means here.
Yes, maybe something like yours. Yes, maybe something better. I don't know. We will see.
Okay. W Zelensky, chat. W Zelensky. Maybe something better. In French? Yeah, it's in French. Is that in French? Did I remember? Okay. In French, maybe it's the same. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature.
Maybe something cheaper than, yeah. Thank you.
President.
I mean, his English is good, but it feels like there's some words that he doesn't understand, and like, maybe some, like I do this, okay, not that I'm like an example of some kind of brainiac or something, but sometimes I will, if I know a word in one language and not in another, I'll be speaking, like I can remember speaking Spanish and not knowing a word and saying the German word and then being confused why when nobody knew what I was talking about. I was like, what?
President Trump, you said yesterday, thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday that you have...
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case...
What is the deal? What is happening here, Chad? It feels like the press, like, they do this whole thing where they all talk, they all try to get their question in, and then somehow, like, somebody ends up, like, talking louder, and that question gets asked, and that was going to be, I think, Aaron Burnett. But then it kind of switched to somebody else, and I'm wondering if what's happening... So if you don't know, chat, the press corps is undergoing some change, right? People that are from outlets that piss Trump off are getting... kicked out of, they're losing access. outlets that glaze Trump up and do very little else, they're getting more access. So things are kind of in a state of transformation, right? The president is too much of a narcissist to actually face the real press corps. So he's trying to create the press corps that he wants. He's trying to create, kind of a safe space for himself in the Oval Office and in press conferences in general, right? So that's Erin. Did I say Erin Burnett? This is not Erin Burnett. She's the chick that I always mix up with Erin Burnett. Somebody mentioned her name earlier. Holy shit, why have I forgotten it already? Who is this chat? He absolutely meant costume. He was being condescending about saying he doesn't have time to worry about dressing up. Chat, who's the woman that I always mix up with Erin Burnett? Caitlin Collins, thank you. God damn. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. I don't know what's wrong with me. How do you mix? This is so weird. I gotta stop doing this. I called her Erin Burnett. This is Caitlin Collins though.
There's no peace.
But she had it. She had next, I think, and they somehow switched to Dorothy Umbridge.
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine. Yeah, sure. Hopefully, I won't have to.
Is that Umbridge's name from I can't remember.
Very much, because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't.
No, Lady Badass, I need to get my cyber brain retooled. I need to go to a Ripper doc.
He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much. Because
costume is Ukrainian for suit.
I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. We have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product.
The problem with Trump is he thinks he cooks from time to time. And the real problem with that is his supporters think he cooks too. He's like, digging. We're digging, folks. We're a dwarf and we're digging a hole.
In this country.
I'm a dwarf from Kazmodan.
So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back.
President Zelensky is shaking his head.
When this deal ends, I really believe.
Stealing the rare dirt minerals.
This deal is going to be over. Question?
Yeah,
please go ahead. Go ahead.
Was she trying to narc on Zelensky, or was she trying to see what Zelensky had to say about it?
President, thank you.
Thank you.
Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward?
I don't like this new press corps.
Oh, I love this.
You of course you did. You fucking put him there, you piece of shit. Oh my god. No, chat, is happening right in front of our eyes, right? Look, you got basically state media there And by state, I mean the regime. All right, I mean the illegal cartel that has taken up residence in our country in the form of the Trump administration. All right? You just heard state media. And that's the kind of shit that they're going to ask. They are going to kiss his fucking ass. Now, you've got some independent media there. I mean, they're independent in a way. They're corporate media, so they're not really independent. But, you know, they are thinking up their own questions to ask, and they're not like catering necessarily to the ego of the president. All those, you know, they're scared. They are scared. They've seen their colleagues dismissed from, you know, from coverage like this, and they know that if they ask too hard of a question for Trump, they will be next. What we're seeing right in front of our face is the grotesque face of a dictatorship no longer embarrassed to hide itself under the veneer of democracy. There we go.
This guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well,
of course he's with OAN.
Why I like him. One American News.
Fucking pod people.
Great job. That's very. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, you know, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to
even Chinese state TV doesn't glaze up the CCP leaders like this.
Hamas. They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened. And that's a real mess also that we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. It's just, I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
Mr. President, if I can answer. Yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry.
Kenyatta says, who owns television? Billionaires. That's how he won. Yeah.
Please.
And I do like your clothing, by the way.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy.
Wait. What?
By the way. But I don't know if you two like
I do like your clothing, though. Reminds me of Elon.
each other. But you know what?
Here, we've got a dark Gothic MAGA hat for you. Put it on, Mr. Zelensky. Put it on. Put it on. No, you don't have a choice. They put the dark Gothic MAGA hat on him.
I think
No,
he's
I like this guy. I don't know.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So I have more serious things than answer on such
Yes,
questions.
that's a
I will
good-
answer on more serious
good
questions
statement.
if I can.
Yes.
Yeah. So please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak.
Does that couch look really uncomfortable? The one that JD Vance is eyeing?
It will not work. Just ceasefire will not never work.
If I was that couch, I'd be really uncomfortable there with JD Vance too.
Because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times.
Wait, the media is painting this as bad for Zelensky, sure, but he showed real strength and didn't back down. Yeah, I don't know why. You know, the cringe is not Zelensky's. The cringe is not Zelensky's.
25 times.
Are they acting like it's a bad for Zelensky, as in like he was insulted, or are they acting like, oh, he really showed weakness, or he looks like a fool? Hakum, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you.
He broken his own signature 25 times. He broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during.
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those period. He had conversations with our side. And we had Normandy format, you know, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia. And he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right.
Okay, so here's what I'm guessing. I'm intuiting. Zelensky's talking about things like security guarantees in a way that somebody that needs security guarantees but is not sure that he's going to get them would talk. And indeed, Trump's answers to the press asking about security guarantees from the United States have been evasive. So somehow I'm guessing that part has not been negotiated yet. Whatever conversation they had behind closed doors did not, include any security guarantees. And he's kind of like praying. He's like, please, I need the security guarantee. Please, Mr. Trump, let me, stroke your ego. Please, Mr. Trump, please. We need that security guarantee.
About this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong.
They allowed Russian state TV. Which one, Kenyatta? Was it,
strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic?
What? CNN in Spanish portrayed it as Zelensky being disrespectful and blowing up the peace deal? Oh my God! The fucking press is worse than I thought.
Today using ballistic.
Like, chat, there's a certain part of the quote-unquote independent press that seems they want to become the state press. They want to become the Pravda. They are handing this is their audition essentially to keep their, and that works even better for Trump because then it's seamless. He doesn't have to replace everyone with pod people. He just he gets rid of the troublemakers. He brings in OAN. He brings in, Pravda, and then the rest of the news, they get the picture. They're like, no, I want to keep my job. Only nice only nice coverage for President Trump. We want to keep our access.
Now, hospital, schools.
This is making it so that there's an inherent conflict of interest in covering the president like this. To be included in this press corps, you're obliged to cover him in a certain way. In other words, if you have this kind of access, you can't be independent. You have to be Pravda.
And it says ballistic. So he knows that we are here and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security, when we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance, connection between the United States as the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%.
Yeah, Freedom, that sounds about right. The last time Trump went into unfriendly territory with the media was the Black Journalist Conference, and that was unfriendly from one of the reporters there, but not from. There was one that was there was one that was a little bit hostile. There's one that was very friendly to Trump. I think maybe even worked for Fox. and then there was one that was kind of in the middle.
Document, maybe other documents. It's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, under these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay. This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay.
Do you agree,
This
President
is the rule.
Trump?
Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billions, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
I asked this question that you didn't like because
I wanted to know.
Please, wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine, or on the Ukraine side.
I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved, and it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country. Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
please go ahead.
About the agreement again today, what changed between the first time that Secretary Vance gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the
I'm just
deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
A lot of those minerals.
I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, when and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. Okay, they do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay, the United States, run by a man that didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now.
Yeah. You go around, you hang around the White House late at night, and you're like, Trump, what are you doing? It's like stopping wars. You know, he's like, I don't know, fidgeting or something. It's like, I'm stopping wars. I'm like, what? Do you think that fidgeting is stopping wars? And he's like, well, you don't see any wars going on, do you? Because he's stopping them.
We're probably going to war. I can tell you, right now, there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine modern Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at any...
He stopped wars between Don King and Mike Tyson.
...will be at the negotiation table. Then, of course, United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine. And, of course, Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes. Between us.
Big nice ocean, yes. He does say that. He does say that.
We will not stay. Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers. It doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not? Your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kiev or Odessa, which is going to be at the Riviera of the Black Sea?
You know, like Trump is probably thinking to himself, would I? Would I send troops to stop an invasion of Western Europe, even? Maybe not.
It was my question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities
does he know what Odessa is?
Have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of
things.
Mr.
President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive and people work. And children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people. 700.
I mean, if it's coming out of Trump's mouth, there's some chance that it comes from Putin.
Soldiers. He lost everything. Yes.
Oh my God, chat, I wasn't trying to make a sex joke. I swear.
Mr. President, one more.
On the minerals deal.
Mr. President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that
a couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've
Your whole life is fraud. Let's be real.
For a long time.
Your whole life is shit. Your whole life is shit deals. Your whole life is finding suckers to make a fucking deal with you so you can rip them the fuck off.
I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to
Poor Putin. He had to suffer through the Russian hoax. Wait, it was all Biden?
do with him. So
Wait, Biden corrupted Trump, not Putin?
He had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real...
All right, we just got to go back a little bit.
It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that through the Russia hoax, you know, Russia. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him.
I thought the Russia hoax had to do with Hillary Clinton. When he says, yeah, Russia hoax, does he mean the theory that Putin helped him steal the election? Is that what he means? Because, I mean, yeah, that was, you know, I don't know about hoax, but it's a weird conspiracy theory. But he had that phone call where he tried to get the president of Ukraine to dig up dirt on Biden for him. He must be talking about the perfect phone call, chat. You know the perfect phone call? He made the most perfect phone call ever. Even the president of Ukraine said that it was perfect. But he was basically trying to blackmail the president of Ukraine to, give him some bullshit on Biden that didn't exist in exchange for them, continuing to I think there was some support that he withheld from Ukraine, but that was not a hoax. That happened. That 100% happened. And whether it was because that's what Putin wanted him to do or whatever is not the issue. It's not about Putin. It's about Trump. And he was impeached for it.
So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to.
I did everything right, and they indicted me.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought.
They arrest people for memes. That's you got to watch out for England. There should be a State Department travel advisory for memes. Like, be careful about the memes you use in England. If you use the wrong memes, Keir Starmer is going to throw your ass in jail.
Crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought...
I mean, this is a really uncomfortable environment, right, chat? This is a country, I gotta be real, I will be very happy to leave. I do not like the looks of this shit. I always wondered what it would be like to go through something like this in real time, to see the erosion of the free press. And here it is. You've got these fucking goons, these OAN goons, these fucking brown-shirted OAN freak shows coming in here, just basically giving the president the exact narrative that he's trying to, they're working with, they're like, it's like if this was a reality show, these would be paid actors, right? There'd be the people that they bring on as contestants, and then there'd be people that are literally paid by the show to say exactly this. And in this case, it's asking Trump the questions that he wants, the way he wants them to ask, so he can use his press conference to jam his fucking narrative down our throats. This is gross shit. This is scary shit.
They took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been
Little Marco.
Speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about it?
Little Marco, would you like to say something about it? He's going to give him a chance, and then he'll shut him right up. You're like, no, we don't care what Little Marco has to say.
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans.
Now, I want you to notice something about JD Vance is probably even more far gone than Trump. Marco Rubio, though, at one time was just a Republican, was just this was what a Republican was like. And they were more, I don't know, they were more, I guess, hawkish on Russia, maybe even than the Democrats. And so for him to be fulfilling this role now in an administration that is aligning itself with Putin has got to be surreal. It's surreal already that he's agreed to be part of an administration from a guy that a guy that made him a fucking lol cow on stage, right? It's got to be surreal enough for that, but it's even more weird considering that this guy doesn't agree with, this Putin foreign policy that Trump is cramming down the line.
Concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
JD?
Did they remove his spine? I want to know.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with
Did JD Vance drink his spinal fluid?
the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday, and
It's the only drink he's able to have other than Diet Mountain Dew.
Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President,
You're also seeing a disturbing closeness between the government and corporations. Now, there already was one, all right? There already was a huge erosion in any kind of wall that ever existed, in any kind of dam that ever existed to hold back the forces of capitalism from impacting elections. Obviously, capitalism in a capitalist system, it's always going to impact the elections. But there were things in place to minimize that prior to, say, Ronald Reagan. Those floodgates have long opened, and the elections are very much decided by the donors these days. But this is a whole new level where Twitter wants to violate European laws, right? Twitter wants to run its platform the way that it runs its platform because it's Elon Musk and, he's a piece of shit. And Europe is like, okay, well, fine, but you can't sell your app over here. You can't, we won't take that app, right? That we have laws. You got to follow those laws. Your app's not following the law. We won't let you sell the app. And you got the United States being like, oh, they think they're not going to sell the app though. Well, we'll fucking put the screws on them, won't we? We'll use all our influence as the United States, right? Fuck soft power. We're not doing that anymore. We'll use hard power to compel them to do what our companies want. And that's not that new for the United States, right? I mean, this is what happens whenever the United States coups some usually South American government because the business leaders from American businesses that operate in the area don't like the president that they've just elected, right? This isn't that new, but I guess doing it to Europe is kind of new.
Mr. President,
oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal? Or
What's going on with Caitlin Collins there? Did you catch that back and forth?
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG?
Well, I can't hear what she's saying. What's she saying? Sorry.
For the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal? Or
Okay, I can't tell what was said, but I think that he was trying to hand her the question next, but instead the person that asked the previous question asked another.
No. We don't need that.
Some of those minerals are in the east, Mr. President.
You just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you were
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. And how was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest there?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So take a look.
I think the answer is no.
Study that and I'll see.
No, Putin will keep all that territory and probably get more.
Who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian forces, European forces?
The agreement will protect them.
U.S. forces?
The agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in those spots? What would
I
you
just
do
told
then?
you, I don't think that's going to happen. And
Wait, is there a deal from Ukraine to purchase U.S. energy?
if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought
Not that I know of.
that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not
Like, chat, the deal, as far as I know, is like in flux, right? They had a deal coming out of their negotiation, right? They had an arrangement.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
This press conference was to announce the agreement, and this is a very normal thing. It's there's no conflict usually. It's just two world leaders saying, "Hey, we did this thing, cool," right? In this case, it seems to blow up during this press conference. It seems that the Trump's feelings are hurt, but it really looks like he's kind of staged this event. It really looks like he's basically staged an ambush for Zelensky in order to have the pretext to blow up the deal that he's made. So he's turning something that's usually very predictable and very boring into, a wrestling promo.
asking me these ridiculous questions.
Why you have confidence that Putin won't violate
Focus
a deal?
on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive.
People will ask why you have confidence Putin won't violate the deal.
I already mentioned Poland. Poland was
So in other words, as far as what's in the deal and what's not, if there's something about buying U.S. energy in the deal, I don't even know if the deal is on anymore. Somebody said there was a 2-minute video that gave the update on the latest, the latest, where the deal's at now. Because, it's the kind of thing where they had a deal, they came out to talk about the deal, to introduce the deal, and Trump was like, no deal, the deal's off, right? And that doesn't mean that that's the end of the story, right? They could easily, there would be some discussion behind the scenes, and maybe the deal is renegotiated. Maybe the deal is, they agree to the deal that they negotiated earlier. But from the sounds of what Zelensky was saying, it felt like some very important things, those being security guarantees from the United States for Ukraine, were still up in the air. The way that Zelensky, I just pulled a Biden there, right? I just called him Putin. The way that Zelensky talked about security guarantee, it sounded like somebody praying that there will be a security guarantee, where that's not very much not a sure thing. So I don't even know how much was set in stone about the deal.
For decades after the Second World War, when I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible
He's so full of shit.
things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States.
What is he talking about? He literally called, Kim Jong-un Rocket Man, made fun of his dick size, and no, he's definitely taken the piss on world leaders and then negotiated with them. I don't know what he's talking about.
States of America, and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the
His tired, lazy, low ratings insult, was that directed at CNN? Sari says.
And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned.
Shut up, Trump.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy.
Diplomacy with Russia while we intimidate Canada, Mexico, Panama, Denmark, like literally every other country. This isn't like it'd be great if what Vance was saying, we're going to be a kinder, gentler United States. We don't need to do the saber rattling. All right, we're secure in our geopolitics. We're not going to, make threats or try to sound tough anymore, right? It'd be great. We'd enter a whole new world of peace and understanding and cooperation. That is not what the Trump administration is saying. What they're saying is that there is going to be, a lot of peace and love with Putin, and there's going to be conflict with like nearly everyone else. The United States has joined this axis of the bullies of the world, because we want to do some of our own bullying. We want to shake things up in Panama and make that, basically renege on the agreement to, give the canal back to the country that was signed and then made good on 50 years ago or something, some ridiculous amount of time ago. And then, take Greenland, whether it wants it or not, right? The United States wants to make moves. I don't know which part of it is meme and which part of it is real. Is the 51st state, it sounds like he's kidding about that, but is he? So the United States wants to make some Putin-esque moves itself. And so they're just going to kind of turn their back on Putin swallowing up Eastern Europe. That's the change that's happened now. It's not that the United States is standing down and it's not going to bully countries anymore. No, we're going to bully countries. We're going to stand up to the weaker countries is what we're going to do, and make sure that Trump gets whatever the fuck his ego desires. That's the change.
The pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied.
So is this the claims that are being made that Zelensky was disrespectful? Is that coming from this exchange, like right here? Zelensky responding to Vance?
Our big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah.
So, he corrected Trump.
Occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but
you weren't here in 2015 either, big guy.
2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems? Bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems.
So yeah, here's my question, right? Like I said, this is kayfabe. This is a wrestling promo, right? They've done the wrestling behind closed doors. They've done the negotiations behind closed doors, right? And now they come out and they say, here's the result. That's how this is supposed to happen. That's how this usually happens, right? It's obviously more contentious than most of these negotiation press conferences, between Putin and Zelensky and Trump and some of the members of the media. But what I want to know is, was it Zelensky clapping back at Vance that took this thing out of the wax museum, right? Out of being just a theatrical act of performing performing whatever agreement that you negotiated. Did it take it away from that and into this sort of active hostile situation? Was it Zelensky's response there that did that, or was this, as the majority report has suggested, a almost rehearsed, planned ambush of Zelensky? In other words, chat, do you think Volodymyr here was baited a little bit?
Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
What do you think, Chad? Is he really mad? His face is turning a little bit more orange than usual.
And what you're doing is very disrespectful.
Wait, they think this was a setup, ambush to ambush Zelensky?
To the country.
Oh, the not right-wing outlets, yeah.
This country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire...
Did you say thank you once? Did you say please and thank you? You know that those are good manners. Those are good manners, sir, when you say please and thank you. And you be respectful, and you wear a suit. You've done none of these things, sir. You are rude.
Thank you. You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the...
I mean, see, this makes it sound downright petty. I don't know, chat. Like, from my view, I don't know how the optics are going out to most of America, but that right there, he shouldn't have said that. He should, if he felt like that, he shouldn't have said it, right? Because now it's like, oh my God, you met with Kamala Harris? Is that what he's talking about?
United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait
answer?
a minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this, I tell you.
To say thank you.
I said a lot of times.
Oh my God.
And let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I wanted this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire?
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means.
That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
Wait, they did this again.
But without us, and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have...
All right, Biden, so Obama gave him sheets and Trump gave him, I'm assuming they're talking about javelin missiles.
But without us, you don't have any cards.
One question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make.
Did he mean Biden, or is maybe he's talking, I thought he was talking about back from 2014. Well, what is he talking about? Sheets and javelins?
Because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
Was that a threat from the President of the United States?
What if they broke it?
Sheaths. Okay, wait, sheaths. So, is that what he's saying? What does he mean by Obama gave you sheaths? So obviously a sheath is, you put your sword in the sheath to carry your sword. It's like defense versus offense. Is a sheath defensive though? I guess.
I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
Because you kiss his fucking ass. That's respect?
Let me tell you, Putin went
Kissing somebody's ass is respect?
through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony...
That's like saying Donald Trump respects Lindsey Graham.
It was a phony Hunter Biden Joe Biden.
Oh, this is the great part. This is the great part. All right. So he's talking about what? Russiagate?
Because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they
Putin went through a hell of a lot with me.
used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary.
So, yeah, I mean, like Hunter Biden, if he's talking about what I think he's talking about, which is the quote unquote perfect phone call, this is a phone call in which the president, Trump at the time, tried to hold aid to Ukraine over its head as leverage to get the president of Ukraine to give him non-existent dirt on Joe Biden. Like, he thought, you know, you want to talk about like Russia, this is UK, Burisma. They kept on trying to make this non-story a thing, and he thought that he could get, I don't know, the president of Ukraine to, you know, attest to dirty dealings from Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. And, you know, I mean, this is illegal. What he did, he was impeached for it.
Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff, it was a Democrat.
He's still got PTSD about fucking, I shouldn't call it PTSD. He's still traumatized by being impeached.
And he had to go through that. And he did go.
But mostly for the ego bruise that he took.
We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom.
It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom? What the fuck is he saying there? It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom?
It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom.
Bedroom.
It was disgusting. And then they
not as disgusting as that man fucking a couch, but okay.
Said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff.
So he's trauma bonded to Putin.
All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush.
You gotta say Obama. That was the one funny thing that Trump ever said was Obama.
And he might have broken him with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he did. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break him with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal.
So what do you think? Did Trump kind of lose his shit here, or what?
The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards.
Maybe he's confusing the documents in his own bathroom?
Once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
What's this negotiation going to look like?
This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what we can.
So yeah, there we go. For all you chuds in chat, here's me agreeing with President Trump. I think that was good. That was good television. It makes me nervous as fuck. It makes me sad. It's a horrible situation that we're all in, but it's definitely good television. I won't deny it. I won't deny it. I feel like there should be less damaging ways of getting good content, though. I really wish there were. Chat, if you want to watch some less damaging content with me, I'm going to give you a link right now. If you're watching along with us in shorts, hi, welcome to the stream. I stream every night around this time, sometimes slightly earlier if I can manage, though. And I am going to be streaming after this, but in kind of a different place. Why can I not pen this? Why is it not letting me pen the... Oh my god. Mods, can somebody pen that link? I don't know why. I don't know why it's not letting me do it. But that is the link to the full-scale stream, so
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Oh, Bernie, give me one more chance to show you that I love you. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was blind to let you go. Let you go, Bernie.
Bernie's back, baby. Thank you, Davy Cliff. Thank you for the super chat. So yeah, if you can click on that link, let me redirect it too, because we're going to end the short stream. I'm very sorry that, that we got to end it before really even getting started, really getting into it. But that's all the straight up politics I'm going to cover tonight. What we're going to cover though for the rest of the stream is going to be a debate on Piers Morgan. One debate features Sam Seder of the Majority Report. The other debate, Ana Kasparian of the Young Turks. So there's somebody we love and there's somebody that we don't love in each of these. But yeah, the short stream is going to end. So if you want to stay with us, hit that link, and you can come over and join us on the full scale stream where everybody else is hanging out. There's a whole chat for you to interact with if you want to. You just have to click that link, and I'm going to give you 30 more seconds before I end the short stream for tonight. Yeah, take the ride to the wide side. That works. That's what BCatK is saying. Take a ride to the wides. Click on that link. All right. And if you're sitting in the full scale stream, or if you're watching me on Twitch, you can sit tight. We're not going anywhere on there. We're gonna stay on here. We're gonna talk about Piers Morgan, and this debate with Sam Seder, this debate with Ana Kasparian. It should be really interesting. So again, I'm going to give you a few more seconds if you're watching on Shorts to click that link to come over. The stream does not have to end. All right, all you got to do is click that link, and you will join us in the full scale stream, and we will get going from there. All right. Good night, everyone else. I shouldn't have said that because some people will think the stream's ending. Invariably, chat, if you ever say anything that even remotely sounds like that, then people take it as oh, I guess. Oh my God, chat, we were losing frames. We got our frames back though. How come you didn't complain? Full scale stream, you have every right to complain. When I lose frames like that, feel free to let me know. I mean, there may not be anything I can do about it, but I always want to know. Yeah, I didn't even see. We were I lost 30% of my frames. That's a lot of frames. I didn't realize there was even ever a full screen video. So much better. I've been limiting my enjoyment for too long. Oh no, Queenie, I'm sorry. Yeah, Shorts is just another way to stream, another way to get your name out there, another way to find cool people that want to watch the content that we're doing. So speaking of content that we're doing, like I said, we got Sam Seder coming up here. We got Ana Kasparian. We'll probably should we do Sam first? Yeah, we'll do Sam first. Also, every night I do, I got to add this. Every night I offer the possibility of bonus content. There's a chance for you to keep me on here a little bit longer than you otherwise would. Right? And that is through the dono goal, which is now at 44%. If that sucker gets up to 100%, then I will cover one of these topics, right? You can see them in the poll, right? Bernie's, I got to add 10 to the Bernie's back. I almost said Bernie's baby back. Yes, Bernie's baby back ribs. That's right. Davy Cliff says, the U.S. is so fucked up. I have genuine love for a moderate social democrat. The scale is so messed up. Yeah, Davy, I'm getting the fuck out of here. For real. For real this time, hopefully. If it, knock on wood, hope this works. But yeah, you were rated in. Nice. Good to have you with us. So yeah, like I said, the dono goal's at 44% right now. If we get 56 more percent, then I will stay on and I'll do an extra segment for you, that unplanned segment I will react to. And which segment? The segment that you vote for. So right now, of the 154 votes that we have so far, 38% of you are voting for Bernie's back baby, not Bernie's baby back. 25% of you are voting for Hassan and TrueAnon on the Epstein files. That's right. The Epstein files were supposed to come out the MAGA chuds were really excited to see about all the evil Democrats that were involved with Epstein. And it turns out that Trump didn't really reveal anything. Everything in these so-called Epstein files had been already leaked, had been already revealed. There was no new information. And this has got Trump's fans truly mad. So we got Hassan and Brace Belden from TrueAnon. If you know, you know, to talk about that, right? Then in third place, we have TYT sweeps from for Destiny. Like, I haven't seen this video yet, but it's apparently TYT reporting on the Destiny story, and people are telling me that he's getting treated with kid gloves. I guess we'll have to make up our own mind if that ends up getting selected. And at 17% in last place, more Ethan seething. This is my sign that chat has maybe had enough of Ethan for now, but we didn't cover all of his seething. He did go on for a little while longer. There's also like a conflict between Ethan and Bad Empanada. We'll have to get to that tomorrow, though. But that's in fourth place. Again, the dono goal goes forward whenever you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on, oh my gosh, why did it disappear? Here, let me fix that. There we go.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Please put this dono and all my donos to Bernie's back, baby.
Bernie's back, baby.
2028.
That gets up to 20%. So yeah, we're at 49% of the dono goal. Yeah, if you support me on Throne, the link is right up there. If you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate, because there are forces at work that are trying to make sure that no political streamer gets paid at all, unless people on Twitch support them with subs and bits and stuff like that. So thank you to all of you who do that. I appreciate you greatly. And we need to get to the content now. And the content is, yeah, we got this. Oh my God, chat. This right here. Should we skip the Piers? Nah. Oh, so they're going to talk about the Epstein files. Looks like they're talking about Alina Habba. Alina Habba's on the debate. Epstein files, Tate brothers, Putin lickspittle, George Galloway, Putin lickspittle. What the fuck is a lickspittle, chat? Anyway, let's see what we got here. And
the names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
Andrew and Tristan Tate are in the United States. The brothers left Romania for the first time in 3 years last night after the Trump administration reportedly pressurized authorities for their travel ban to be
pressurized. Did the Trump administration pressurize them? Is this some dig dug going on, chat? Did the Trump administration come in and find the Ukrainian officials and put a pump in them and pump them up? Like, did they pressurize them? Did they inflate them?
lifted? Their lawyer said tonight that Trump is the reason they feel safe to return to the United States. The Tates face trial in Romania on allegations of rape, sex trafficking and money laundering, all of which they deny. They're also under investigation in the UK, where they hold...
Yeah, you're right, Earthkeeper. That's the problem with it. That's the problem with it, right? It's got... Doesn't it have, like, more redacted than... Like, there's stuff that's redacted that's already been leaked, isn't there? There's nothing new. There's literally nothing new. And the Republican, the House Judiciary Committee had the gall to post, here's the link to the Epstein leaks, here's the link to the Epstein files, right? And it was literally a Rickroll. I kid you not. A fucking meme circa 2009.
Citizenship.
Wait, is it 2009? When were Rickrolls popular?
Now they're in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis says they're not welcome. Later on, I'm going to see my bombshell interview with White House Counselor Alina Habba, whose support for Andrew Tate sparked a backlash from influential US conservatives. We also talked about the Epstein files and what she told me about the likelihood of criminal charges is already making headlines around the world, which I'll discuss with my panel. We'll begin tonight, though, with the latest special guest in the Oval Office.
It's a great honor to have Prime Minister Starmer and
Oh, sorry, this is Keir Starmer. How did this go, chat? We didn't watch this. We just got done watching Zelensky and Zelensky get debate broed by J.D. Vance, of all people. Mr. Shady Pants himself. and or shitty pants, depending on how the Mountain Dew, the diet Mountain Dew affects his digestion. But now this one is Keir Starmer. This was, I guess, before Zelensky came through. What happened in this one?
It's a very special place, and he's a special man. And the United Kingdom is a wonderful country that I know very well. I'm there a lot, and I'll be going there, and we expect to see each other in the near future. We'll be announcing it, but we're going to be discussing many things today. We'll be discussing Russia-Ukraine. We'll be discussing trade and lots of other items.
As British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer at the White House have crunched talks with President Trump on many things, including Ukraine. Starmer has played his Trump.
So if you don't know, Starmer is a member of the Labour Party. Don't let the name fool you. They're very centrist. They're not conservative. They're not the Tories, but they're Keir Starmer's pretty shit. Like, right? It's very similar to American politics in that way.
He'll raise UK defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by slashing the foreign aid budget, and he'll put British troops on the ground in Ukraine if there's a peace deal. But will he get anything in return? Both the UK and France say they need the US to help guarantee
Civic Folly says, pick me, daddy.
Ukraine security if a deal gets done. So far, Trump says no thanks. That's Europe's problem. Maybe the big mineral deal he's due to sign with Zelensky tomorrow is the
So Starmer brought an invite from the king.
Piece of the piece.
It's like, come and have tea with me, Donald.
Puzzle. And from mineral wealth to mental health, the US remains gripped by Doge derangement syndrome. Elon Musk was invited to Trump's.
Shouldn't as a convicted felon, shouldn't Trump be forced to stay in the States? Yeah, The Hague should get him.
Cabinet meeting yesterday, but not everybody was impressed.
And I should say, we will make mistakes. We won't be perfect, but when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately.
Good job. That's wonderful how that works out. That's wonderful how it's not dangerous at all to disrupt Ebola prevention.
And there was no interruption.
And I'm sure it's also not dangerous at all to fire people at the FAA. Right? It's not dangerous to fire people at the CDC who are working on bird flu. Yeah, none of these things are dangerous. This is all totally safe.
So is Doge...
You don't worry, chat. Tech support is here.
Being too fast and just breaking things? Or is it a force for good? We're plenty to discuss with my panel. Joining me now are the host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson, star of the Keeping It Real podcast, Gillian Michaels, and co-host of the Majority Report, Sam Seder.
Sam, look at the... Yeah, there you go.
George Galloway.
Okay, that was awkward.
Joining us.
But Benny's... What is he? You trying to mew? Benny's got resting duck face. What's going on with that? Is he trying to chin? What is he trying to do?
A little later. So welcome to all of you. Benny, I want to start with you.
I feel like Gillian Michaels has a better Chad chin than Benny.
Because I interviewed Alina Haber just actually before I did this debate with you guys. Because she appeared on your show only last month. And you had Andrew Tate on, and she was being very fangirly towards...
Oh, that's right.
Which people are
yeah, I forgot about that. As he says, today Trump fired the critical weather advisors for readiness. Yeah, we don't need that.
I'm looking at a different light, saying... did she put any pressure internally at the White House to help facilitate the Tates being allowed to come to America? She emphatically denied that to me, said she had nothing to do with it. But there's no doubt something's happened that has allowed the Tates to leave Romania and go to Florida. But there, Governor DeSantis instantly reacting in a very negative way, suggesting he doesn't want them there. Let's take a look.
Florida is not a place where you're welcome.
Just sanctimonious. He doesn't want the Tate brothers. He doesn't know what's good for them.
With that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media.
What do you make of it?
Who's that Nazi-looking guard man standing behind him? That's scary.
Well, Alina Habba is the spokesperson for President Trump, and she can obviously speak in her own right.
Obviously, Alina Habba, she knows what she's talking about. She's the spokesperson for President Trump, and pretty left camp meme Johnson here, and
well done with the questions about Jeffrey Epstein, and this is breaking my entire feed right now, Piers.
Yeah.
So this is spectacular, and we really, truly look forward to having these documents and having just...
What was... There was something weird about what he tweeted in response to the Epstein thing, wasn't there? Is there an attempt to turn this into like a right-wing conspiracy? Have you heard this, chat? I haven't been... Look, I'll be honest. I kind of like left Twitter. I try to stay away from Twitter as much as I can, but I feel like I heard something about a right-wing conspiracy theory saying that under the Trump administration, the full files are unable to be procured because of the deep state. Is there some kind of cope that's going on in some quarters of the right to try to argue that this is anything other than complete lies and cowardice from Donald Trump himself in building this up of like, oh yeah, we'll release the Epstein files. I mean, remember what he said on Fox News? He started to say, yeah, they're like, will you release the JFK files? Yes. Will you release the 9/11 files? Yes. Will you, right? And then they say, will you release the Epstein files? And he's like, yes. Well, those are different. I don't want to, there's a lot of fake stuff in those Epstein files. So we got to watch out for we wouldn't want innocent people to be hurt by all the fake stuff going on in that world. Right. So yeah, it kind of sounds like he's got something to hide. There's something in the Epstein files that he does not want released.
For the people who
is Jillian Michaels in Gladiator? I have no idea. I've never seen Gladiator.
Seemingly been protected by the federal government, pederasts, and some of the most famous people on earth, including, but not limited to, members of the royal family, potentially presidents, Bill Clinton.
Maybe that's why Trump's going over to see the king. Oh.
Wealthy men on earth.
Look, you can take Bill Clinton, okay? Take him away. All right? Oh, you got to also take Trump. That's a trade. That's a trade I will make you, Benny Johnson. I will trade you one Bill Clinton for a Trump.
Bill Gates? Why has the federal government been protecting pederasts?
Right, and just to be clear, for those, because those who won't have seen...
Oh, wow, did he just call Bill Gates a PDF? Is there, is there evidence? Is there some kind... Is there... This is the first I've heard of that.
Well, one of the things that Alina Haber told me, and
Sam is writing down pederast, yeah.
Alluded to this, just to explain to people who haven't seen this, because it's running, as you say, riot on social media, is that she's obviously seen what is going to be released later in the day, and she says it's truly shocking, and that she expects criminal charges to follow.
Wait. This... One day ago, okay, so this was actually posted yesterday. This must have happened before the release of the files. It sounds like Piers oh God, this is too bad. This is too bad. So they're going to be arguing about the Epstein files without having seen them, I take it. And notice the underwhelming nature of the files that were released.
And so that's, I think, a really bombshell development in this. And it goes to the accountability, as you say. But getting back to
oh, Bill Gates was on his plane.
For a minute, Benny. I mean, I've interviewed Andrew.
But they'll read the flight manifest when it comes to Gates. Why don't they care when it comes to Trump?
4 times now, I think. I've interviewed Tristan once. They've always emphatically protested their innocence. But, the normal justice process, I mean, we talk about the Epstein and the fact that there's been no accountability, no proper process here. Does it sit easily with you, given what you just said about the Epstein case, that you've got 2 guys who're facing very serious charges of sex trafficking, rape, and so on, who will now very likely never return to Romania or the UK to actually face any accountability for that? I'm not suggesting for a moment they're guilty of the charges. That would have been determined by a court of law, but we won't get to that stage now. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, based on my reading of the voluminous news reports about what's going on in Romania, these charges have been thrown out. And so, and they've looked at the files and there's nothing in them. And so that's up for a Romanian court to decide. I don't speak Romanian.
Wait, Trump was accused by a 13-year-old girl in Florida? I thought that was Dershowitz.
I have his news reports to go on. So they were set free by the jurisdictions in Romania where these charges were brought.
Well, they've not been set. They've been allowed to fly. Slightly different. And the UK, where they face other serious allegations. Some of the conservative politicians here, led by Robert Jenrick, who recently ran to be leader of the Conservative Party, have been very scathing about this and think that the Americans should send the tapes back to the UK to face justice. So I think it is.
Watching Chaya Rychek looking around like she just won a lifetime supply of ketchup and tapeworm food was priceless, though. Let me see if I can pull that tape up, Tajium.
It's a pretty messy situation. If DeSantis throws them out of Florida, for example, and the UK is demanding extradition of them to face what they see as justice here in the UK for the charges against them here, it could get very messy.
It could get very messy. It was very messy for Prince Andrew of the royal family, who had to pay a untold amount of millions to Virginia Giuffre, who was sex trafficked to him via Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
So I want justice for all people who attack and who abuse children, period. And I want these court cases brought and proven out.
It's a Krasenstein.
Right now, Piers, where it's like, are you going to be upset?
It's Brian Krasenstein with the tweet. Chaya Rychek of Libs of TikTok, grinning ear to ear, gleefully flaunting her useless Epstein binder, packed with information that's mostly already public, while 250 real-life victims are still fighting for actual answers. The level of tone deafness here is off the charts. Imagine treating a case of a child trafficking like a cheap prop for social media clout, while the people who actually suffered are left in the dark. It's performative, it's grotesque, and it's exactly the kind of distraction they want. All right.
If somebody that you like is on the Epstein list, and the answer for me is no.
Right.
That these people need to be charged.
I wonder though, what would if somehow it did get released, right? Which sounds like it's not going to be released. It sounds like there's something in that, in those files that, Trump is not going to allow to be released. But let's say it was released and it did indicate Trump. Would these assholes say he's got to go? Would these assholes call their congressman and senator and say, I want you to impeach the motherfucker? Like, they're so fucking gung-ho about Epstein. If it was just slapped in their face, if it was slapped across their face, chat, would these people say the same thing about Trump? Would they give up Trump if he was like somehow unambiguously implicated? Probably not. Yeah, Civic Folly says, of course not.
And need to face justice, and that's why I'm so thankful that you had Alina Habba on your program.
Yeah, that's.
And just like I asked Pam Bondi 4 days ago about the Epstein list, and we were the first show to actually ask her about that list, and she says it's on my desk, and there are volumes in this list. And apparently, according to Senator Marsha Blackburn, this is just volume 1 of the Epstein list. Jeffrey Epstein had his islands and his mansions in Manhattan and his ranches in New Mexico wired for sound. The FBI went and raided. Let's talk about files of evidence. Let's talk about files of evidence. The FBI went and raided these compounds and got terabytes of hard drives. Some of those hard drives were marked by Jeffrey Epstein himself, not by federal agencies.
So anyway, the lowdown on Epstein is that some of his acts were not prosecuted because of his involvement with intelligence, right? And so I guess releasing the Epstein files would mean acknowledging the way that intelligence works. And I mean, like, this is all very old stuff, but it's probably not that dissimilar to the way that intelligence currently operates. And some people, theorize that Epstein is like a honeypot or an inflection point, or that But again, you know, until we know, it's all just speculation. It's all speculation.
Policies and evidence. What are they? Why haven't we seen them? Why has the FBI been holding on to those? And been holding on to those presumably to protect pederasts.
Okay.
Who's actually in charge?
Yeah,
Who
I mean,
can
look,
tell the FBI what to do? So these are the cases.
I agree. It's huge. It's huge.
Obviously.
It has always been ridiculous to me that the only person who's been actually held to account for Epstein, because of course he killed himself or otherwise, he died in a prison cell. A lot of speculation about what may have really happened there. But the only person who's actually gone to prison as a result of it was Ghislaine Maxwell, who was his kind of madame and former girlfriend. In relation
Do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
Epstein didn't Epstein himself.
From a 5 foot tall.
No, listen, I agree. It's very, the whole thing was very suspicious. Absolutely.
All the lights turned off.
No,
off.
I totally understand why conspiracies. I totally understand.
Why is there an American flag behind Benny? I don't know where he is. I wouldn't be surprised, chat, though, if he's like acting in some, you know, official press capacity. This is Trump's new strategy. Get his own people in there. Get, like, you know, full-on sycophants in there. Replace actual journalists with sycophants. Like, so I wouldn't be surprised if Benny, you know, got access to, like, I don't know, what is this, like the back of the press briefing room or something? I don't know.
Who knows? We may never know. It's certainly very suspicious. But
Sam is very much biding his time.
Somebody knows, Piers.
Oh, yeah, sure. The point I was going to make about Prince Andrew. On Prince Andrew.
Wait, maybe, is he implying Piers knows?
I'm obliged to say this, but obviously he made no admission.
I feel like if Piers ran in the circles that Jeffrey Epstein was in, I wouldn't be that surprised.
When he made his settlement with Virginia Juice.
Epstein unplugged all the cams, drugged the guards as his last laugh. Yeah, there we go.
He paid it's reported $11 million. It's a very strange thing to do if you did nothing wrong, but it's clear, you know, to be clear, he hasn't made any admission of any guilt about this. Let me move to
Queenie Evergreen thinks it's a green screen. That's possible. It does look very static. Yeah.
Both in similar territory here. One, the Tates come.
This is such a weird. I gotta admit, this is a weird group of people to have on. Like, if you're gonna have Sam Seder on to argue about anything, why is it Epstein and the Tates and George Galloway and also Jillian Michaels? Like, what the fuck? You'd think that you'd save Jillian Michaels for a discussion about trans people
coming to America, and therefore will no longer, it seems, face any court accountability.
Sam's hair is on point. Yeah, Eric, you're not wrong.
For the charges against them, either in Romania or the UK, if they stay in the United States. But DeSantis wanting to not have them there. What do you make of that, first of all?
I mean, I don't make much of it one way or another. I mean, this is a guy who's been celebrated in right-wing circles, and I don't have enough information to know whether he is guilty of what he's been accused of doing. But to the extent that I'm even aware of who the guy is, it's because he's been.
They know how Sam likes talking about his Bugatti. Yeah, Sam's a big drinker of sparkling water. He drinks he doesn't drink the poor person water. He drinks the sparkling water, and he drives away in his Bugatti. Pierce wants to run in the circles, but he's just a glorified YouTuber at this point. You're not wrong, Davy Cliff. That's pretty much how he's ending his career. And thank you for the super chat. They brought Sam on. But he likes to say Bugatti, but he also likes to say poggers. They got me saying poggers.
Been featured for so many years in right-wing talk shows and feeded in those circles. So
I think he means faded.
It sounds like DeSantis.
I think he means faded, like a hoe.
This is mad at somebody, and it's quite.
Sorry, chat.
That with Donald.
Hassan brought up Yodi Gang again. Did you know that Yodi Gang has turned into a right-winger? Anybody know about this?
Trump in office, that these guys show up.
Fulcrum is not cool now.
On our shore, but
Jillian auditioning for OAN. Oh yeah, she'd be a perfect fit.
I guess time will tell.
And what about Epstein?
You know, I'm interested in finding out what's in those files. Would love to have a revisit of
Milei became president that way. Milei was a YouTuber?
Donald Trump's first labor secretary, who made the initial deal with Epstein back in 2008 as Attorney General of Florida, talking about Alexander Acosta. I'm curious about that nexus, to be honest with you. Yes. It's really unclear to me how Epstein was got such a sweetheart.
Yeah, faded. That's right, One-Eye Dragon. I think it's the French word, meaning feasted. You know, wined and dined, so to speak.
Deal from that guy Acosta, and why that wasn't held against him by Trump when he appointed him labor secretary. But maybe we'll get some answers if these documents and information is released.
Okay, Gillian, I will come to you for your reaction to those two stories. Just going to take a couple of minutes to talk to Steve Hilton, who's joined us, Fox News contributor and David Cameron's former advisor. Steve, great you've...
Who is this guy?
Time for us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just specifically on Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of obviously my great country and yours, they're at the White House today. The big talking point is clearly going to be Ukraine. What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, I think the fact that Keir Starmer has made his announcements about increasing...
Oh, he did a podcast.
...spending, stepping up in the way that Donald Trump wanted the Europeans to do. That was the whole point of the Trump argument, which is to say, you Europe...
I think it was faded. What did Sam say again? Well, wait. Wait, I'm trying to remember how it's pronounced in French. Maybe Sam's actually usually pretty good on French pronunciation. Do you know that Sam is a Francophile?
Europeans need to step up.
I don't know if new viewers of the Majority Report are aware of what a Francophile Sam is.
Keir Starmer has done that. And so that's a positive beginning to the conversation, if you like. I've got some concerns, really, about the relationship between these two. You and I...
Yeah, 3 right-wingers and a progressive. That's about right. Davy Cliff says, why doesn't Piers have Brace Belden on to talk about Epstein? That would be good TV. That would be good TV. I wonder what Brace has got to say about that with Hassan. That's on the poll. So is Bernie's back. Bernie's back is ahead. Way ahead. 38% to 26% for Hassan and TrueAnon on Epstein files. If you don't like that, you've got a chance to vote. You've got a chance to make your voice heard. You can also feel free to let me know when you donate which of these topics you want your donation going to. I will turn it into a bonus percentage, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That's whether you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch. Any of those things, it drives the dono goal forward, makes it more likely for us to get bonus content, and it also allows you to play fast and loose with the choice of the people. You can also say Vox Populi if you really believe that the people need to be heard, and that's almost like you're donating against the other people who are donating. If you say Vox Populi, you're trying to make sure that, you know, the voice of the poll is what decides things.
I both know the president well, and he's very much a relationship kind of guy. I don't know Keir Starmer personally, but
I don't like this guy.
Looking at him, he's not on its face the kind of individual.
Chat, what's up with British Trump fans? They're like weird. They're like there's a lot of conservatives in like the UK that are not fans of Trump. And so when you find like one who is, like, I don't know, he looks like a tech bro too. Doesn't he kind of give that? Is he giving tech bro?
That I think President Trump is likely to establish a warm rapport with. Frankly, it seems to me he's a kind of pompous...
Maybe don't use words that that end in O file when you're talking about Epstein. Good point.
uninteresting mediocrity, not the kind of person that Donald Trump is going to
Wait, the California pin with the American flag? What the fuck is that?
immediately warm to. So I don't know how the relationship
what is that
is going to go, but on the substance, I think it's promising.
I think Starmer's played a Trump card.
I mean, Piers is kind of weird in that he's a Brit that likes big fan of Trump, big friend of Trump, apparently.
For want of a better phrase.
Finance bro vibes, yeah.
When they were talking to the press just now.
He's like, I'm in California now, so I thought I'd get a pin because I love this. It's a very good. I've been to a lot of the American states, and California is by far the warmest.
He revealed he's got a letter from the King, King Charles, which he's given to Trump, which will doubtless be very positive. And Trump, as we know, is a sucker for the British royals. His mother, who was born in Scotland, was a massive...
Timu Stephen Miller? Okay.
Trump once told me he remembered watching,
Is it CalExit? I don't know. As far as I know, CalExit is a liberal movement. Am I wrong? Or at least the people that I've seen that are proposing CalExit are on the left. I know there's another movement to separate different parts of California into their own state, or Oregon and Washington kind of want to do that. Like they want to Oregon and Washington want to join. The eastern part of those states want to join with Idaho to make greater Idaho.
His mother waxing
make Idaho greater. Oh no, that's the last thing we need. More Idaho.
About the royal family. She'd actually watched the coronation of the Queen back in the 50s, etc. So I think that playing the royal card's a smart move.
What is he doing?
Yes, and I think that
why?
I don't know whether he had a hand.
Why am I supposed to care?
Ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, very smart operator, whatever you think of his politics, and I think his role in all of this, I think, is only going to be positive because he really does.
Chat, I gotta say, I don't care about this guy.
I would love to know. I'm
involved.
Good to be with you, Piers. Thanks.
All right. Really worthless interview, Piers.
Oh, back to the panel. Let me talk to Gillian Michaels. Gillian, these two breaking stories, and they're different.
Gillian, don't you hate trans people? Yeah, I really do, Piers. They're terrible.
But they're connected as well. They both involve allegations of sex trafficking. In Epstein's case, clear, proven evidence of that. What do you make, first of all, the Tates? Do you have...
In Tate's case, only admitted trafficking. Only him literally describing a situation that meets the legal standard of that phrase, allegedly.
Have a view about that?
The Epstein tapes, I don't think we'll ever get. I don't think we'll ever get the full story. I think we deserve it. I would love to know. I'm hopeful, but not optimistic, if you will. I just don't see it happening because I think it will.
In 1846, a group of U.S. settlers attempted to break away from Mexico in an event known as the Bear Flag Republic. The red star on the California flag comes from the original Free California flag of 1836.
Will be so
is that what his pen was in reference to?
Scandalous. I absolutely think
it's
ridiculous to think that he killed himself.
How long until Gillian Michaels is transvestigated? Yeah, she's got to prove your chromosomes, Gillian.
All of the evidence we have on this.
Prove, and then that's not enough. Prove your gametes too.
When it comes to the Tate brothers, I would love for them to see their day in court. I think it's necessary. I personally find them to be despicable characters. Anybody who casually throws around the words faggot and tranny.
The fuck? She can't help herself.
He's a dad. He loves his wife. There are no scandals surrounding this guy. And you can understand why he wouldn't want these two guys in his state or allow Florida to be dragged into what could become a controversy if, in fact, the White House pressured Romania to let these guys over to the United States.
I think that is going to be the key question, and we'll have to see whether that was the case or not.
Yeah.
Benny, let's turn to the big picture of why the British Prime Minister is in America at the White House with Donald Trump. So far, their exchanges have been very cordial. I've been watching a bit of it. And ultimately, they're there to talk about Ukraine. And President Zelensky from Ukraine is due to be potentially at the White House tomorrow to ratify this deal over minerals. Do you think this is a neat way to resolve what has been a very complex and very bloody war?
I mean, the UK is a mess right now politically, right? Like, is the Reform Party is one of the most powerful parties in the UK, and if there were an election held today, there's a real argument that it would win the prime ministership. So it's a wild.
Wait, I don't understand. What was her angle on that? Like, does she not like them because they say those words? Like, I mean, she's, you know, what is Jillian Michaels' deal? I think she herself is gay, right? But she's very transphobic.
Turbulent time. I mean, Keir Starmer, first off, is that really a real name? Like, I don't even know how to pronounce it. And then secondarily, this guy's like, you don't want to talk about a real scandal, Piers. This guy covered up rape gangs.
No, he denied.
Oh my God. I wanted to cover this. This is there's like a story of quote unquote grooming gangs, which is basically a stalking horse for racism, right? When the issue arose around supposed groups of Pakistani men who were doing this, even though if you look around the country, there are a lot more non-POC individuals engaged in this kind of behavior than there are. But they wanted to kind of like hang this on, you know, the on immigrants, I guess. Use you know, this as a and a situation in which the police didn't investigate the situation enough, not because they were PC police that were afraid to say anything bad about ethnics, right? But because they were the victims were working class, right? The cops did not look into the situation as they should have because of the, you know, low economic status of the victims. Sam is just mogging. I know, but it's so funny because Benny came on with like a weird, he was trying to do the Giga Chad face, I think. I think he was trying to do it like a Giga Chad. And he is not the Giga Chad. Why hasn't Sam been transvestigated? I think Sam sort of maybe has.
He denied.
Somebody said something weird about him once.
Well, there's no, yeah, but I think a lot of Americans, to be honest, hang on, Benny. These
things actually happen.
Listen, a lot of American commentators have said this.
The groomer gang thing again, so sick of it. I live near Rotterdam and shot back up again because of Elon and the US grifters, yeah.
Stuff on social media, but when you say it on my show, let me just respond on behalf of my country. There's been a lot of bullshit spewed about this. There's no actual evidence that Keir Starmer, for example, ever did what you just said. Similarly...
But is there evidence that this occurred? There's obviously
it clearly occurred, but he was director of public prosecutions.
If this occurred, and it's horrific.
Yeah, it's weird because we got an argument between Piers and Benny, and Benny wants to argue that yes, it did happen. It was about their ethnicity, and Keir Starmer was involved, right? And then Piers wants to argue that it did happen. It was because of their ethnicity, and we can use this as a way to shit on immigrants. But he's like, there's no proof that Keir Starmer was involved.
I think it's horrific.
That's the little, you know, argument that's being had here. Neither of these sides are good people.
In this country, with Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's horrific.
I agree.
I mean, you know, right?
On that we agree.
Principles.
No, yeah. It's just about whether
you don't want monsters who are predators,
of course,
here in the country, and so listen, there is somewhat of a connection, but I understand, and nor do I pretend to be some type of expert on geopolitics. I focus very much closely here at home, and I appreciate Sam actually bringing up Alex Acosta, saying that there were higher powers that forced him to give Jeffrey Epstein a plea deal. Who the hell were those higher powers? Sam's right when he brought that up. I think that's insane, and I'd like to know.
Yeah.
That was during the Bush era. That was in the year 2008 when that decision was actually made.
Yeah, no,
And so,
I agree.
So yeah, again,
What a strange conversation so far.
I think that the guy's in big trouble. I think Trump's being
Yeah, they won't stop until everyone has been transvestigated. That's how it goes, yeah.
magnanimous right now. We were just at the White House for Cash Patel swearing in. Trump is in a very, very good mood. I think he's doing his best to like bring people into the orbit. And he's being Trump, right? So he's.
But I'm trying to understand the way in which she was saying it. Was she saying that out of disapproval of the Tate brothers? Was that what she was saying? Like, you know, people that say words like this should not be. Like, I was trying to get a sense of, because I didn't get the sense that she was a fan of the Tates.
To strike a deal and make it work with the UK, our oldest ally.
Why not just make Benny the co-host?
Yeah, I mean, Sam, let's talk for a moment about the other big thing that's going on, which is this whole Doge stuff with Elon Musk.
Here we go. It's going to get interesting now.
You, I think, posted that the idea that Doge is efficiency is absolutely a joke. They're not doing an audit. They're destroying the apparatus of our government. What do you base that on?
Well, audits are done regularly of agencies by inspector generals. The first thing they did was to fire all those inspector generals and not replace them. A. B. Audits that lead to firings within a couple of days are obviously not being done. The notion that this is about efficiency when you're laying off thousands of IRS.
She was saying it because she gets off on saying acceptable slurs.
Agents, when it is well known that every dollar spent at the IRS returns for the government $6 or $7.
I mean, Jillian Michaels is kind of a sick fuck. So
not talking about efficiency here as measured in any other way other than allowing wealthy people to get away with cheating on their taxes. I mean, I could go on, but there's absolutely no evidence that there's a single audit going on. To the extent that they've saved any money, it has been largely dismissed as clerical errors on their part, and we still have no substantiation about it. So it's
well, hang on. That's not true. I mean, there's some of the stuff that came out about US aid, for example, some of the way that American taxpayers' money was being squandered on ridiculous projects.
Oh, wait a second.
And it wasn't insignificant sums of money.
Wait a second. You can determine that you can have an opinion that it's squandered. I can have an opinion that it's squandered, but it's been appropriated by the Congress. And in America, we have actually both statutory, constitutional, and court cases that say the President of the United States and the executive branch cannot decide.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, Lady Badass reminding me that she's known for exploiting plus size people. She was on, oh God, what is that show called? Biggest Loser. She was one of the, I don't want to say sadistic trainers, but you know, the performing like punishment against the overweight. It was kind of what the show was about.
That they're not going to appropriate money that Congress has appropriated. I mean, the line item.
Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Tia Kalanchur, you just got weaseled. Steven Saturnation, you just got weaseled. Wanda Price, you just got weaseled. Fatty, you just got weaseled. And, oh no, I'm going to mispronounce this word. Is it Shiobon? I'm probably mispronouncing it. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Central, but you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Yeah, Civic Folly, I will agree with you that Jillian Michaels, super meanie butt. Super, super meanie butt.
Video has been found to be unconstitutional. We have the Impoundment Control Act from 1970.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Train v. New York City.
Dono goal is now at 69.
From 1974, which is a Supreme Court case which enforces that. What they're doing is fundamentally illegal. I mean, you may think that some of the spending is not worthy. I may think it's not worthy, but that's just not the way our government works.
Okay. Julian, you were shaking your head there.
Because it doesn't seem that the government is working. As a layman, when the USAID is exposed in the fashion that it has been, and all of a sudden we have this transparency that we've never had in my lifetime.
None of this stuff was hidden at all. None of this stuff was hidden at all. It's just that
so
you
you're
didn't
telling
bother to
me
pay
that the
attention to it.
average American knew that we were funding friggin' operas for trans people in
If
who
the
knows
average
where?
American was
I mean,
interested in what
nobody knew this.
USAID was supporting, they
Come
could have
on,
just
man.
gone
Do
to the
you
website.
really
and thought-
believe that?
Yes,
Do
it's
you really
true.
believe that people knew this and this was common knowledge?
100% I
And there's
believe
no
it, because it's
question
100%
that some of this was a
true. None of
slush
this was
fund for the
secret.
CIA.
Well, actually, you know what? The truth is, you can both be right here.
Oh,
right?
yes.
Sam is right that it was there
Benny Johnson is having an interesting one.
to be found, and Gillian's right that absolutely nobody told the American people about the specifics. So actually, you can both
know
be
what can
right.
happen in our process of government?
No, I understand. I'm not
Congress
saying you're
can
wrong.
vote to
I'm not saying it
defund it.
wasn't there. I'm not saying it wasn't there to be.
So yeah, that's literally what Sam is saying. He's not talking about the efficacy of what should be cut and what should be funded in the U.S. government. He is talking about the role of the three branches of government, and the one that does spending is not the executive. It's the Congress. The one that assigns budgets to things is the Congress. USAID is there in the way that it was because of the Congress. And if there is something in there that that people think shouldn't be paid for, the proper method to getting rid of it is an act of fucking Congress.
Be found. But Benny, it was only when Elon Musk and his young team.
He's getting politically aroused here. I mean, it's something like that.
Of guys with their sabers got into it.
Maybe the psychological term arousal, yeah.
Right, and told people.
They didn't find it. They just they publicized it.
Well, exactly.
And,
But that's how the but Sam,
they
that's how the
don't
American
have authority.
Sam,
they didn't need to violate the law if they wanted to say that something that they could have looked up on the fucking internet that USAID was funding was a bad thing. If they wanted to attack one of the programs, right?
How the
They
American
don't
people found
have
out about
authority
it.
to cut it.
Yes.
So Congress, Republicans control every house of Congress. They control the presidency. They could pass a bill tomorrow saying, we don't want to fund these things. But what's happening when they cut USAID is you've got literally 400,000 meals for children who are technically wasting away. It's in Africa. Maybe my guests don't care about that. But the fact is that they're sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island and in Georgia right now, food that is pre-digested practically because these kids are starving, and it's sitting in warehouses. It's going bad, and they have no way to ship it.
Okay.
Because USAID has been shut down.
All right, Benny.
I'm sorry.
Benny?
That's not constitutional or legal.
Okay, or pragmatic.
It's incredible. So I've heard the Constitution thrown around a lot here. All right, let's talk about Article 2 of the Constitution. The executive branch has a clause called the vesting clause. The vesting clause makes...
Is he going to make an argument for, what do you call it? Is it impoundment? Is that where he's going with this?
That is elected by the whole...
This is an issue, by the way, that was decided by the Supreme Court, I believe, under the Nixon administration. Is that where Benny Boy is going?
American people. The only position in the federal government that
Donald Duck, save us. Save us from this horrible debate.
the entire whole of the country elect him is the President of the United States, who is vested with the power to oversee the executive. And that includes congressional spending. That includes the functionaries.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This sounds more, this is the unitary executive? I don't know.
Government, including the commander-in-chief. There are appointed judges. There are elected at state and local levels, members of Congress, but only the president is elected by the whole American people. Now, I have a giant map in my studio. I don't know if your production team...
What a chode. Oh, God. These assholes think that acreage fucking votes. Right? Never mind that this was the closest election since 2016. And if you compare it to a lot of other elections, it's fairly close. It was not a mandate. He's going to point to the map.
Super chatted $5. Conservatism is a mental illness. They just enjoy being cruel.
They are definitely possessive of a sickness of the soul. This is a map that is, yeah, they're trying to be like, see, it's all of America likes Trump. Trump's the most popular president ever. If fucking land could vote, if empty space could vote, Trump would be by far, that would be a landslide. What an asshole. Fuck this guy.
There it is.
Also, what does he have? The original 13 colony flag there? What a LARPer.
Is what America decided in 2020.
I love that he can't get his camera to focus. That's beautiful.
In a landslide and with the popular vote, the whole of the American people decided to vest a single man, Donald Trump, to hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse. Because while maybe there are some type of programs that you might view as just, what I view as just is feeding the American people. What I view as just is filling the potholes, educating, healthcare, and
feeding the American people, you fucking asshole. That's the opposite about what they're doing. They took Meals on Wheels away. What do you mean feeding the American people? You asshole. You disingenuous fuck.
The capacity to serve Americans.
Yeah, Trump is at 43% currently. That's about Izzy Sanchez. That's not a bad approval rating for Trump. That's probably his average. 43% approve, 57, it wouldn't be 57, but 55%, 53% disapprove. That would be about average for Donald Trump.
And so what America voted for was America first.
Oh, I'm glad you liked that line, FTW. Thank you for the super chat. FTW all day says, "Sickness of the soul" is a good line, Irene. Thank you.
And transgender operas in Chile isn't exactly America first. And to say that USAID was
said a lot of words, but you've said nothing. You haven't addressed the Constitution, the Supreme Court cases, the Impoundment Control Act. None of that. You can say that you don't think it's right to feed starving children in Africa. That's your prerogative.
Can we address the feed starving children?
Donald Trump. I can't believe you're going with the starving children. You're going with a starving children.
No, it does. I mean, it does.
This is like Ethan saying you're playing the genocide card. Oh, are you going with the starving children line? Oh, he's hiding behind starving children. Like, no, you want to starve children, asshole.
Things that you don't
All right, let me.
But
Okay.
it also does this.
Allow the lady in the room to speak, please.
USAID money spent.
Chat, let Gillian have her say.
On feeding starving children or
Guys,
in Ukraine in 2014.
Guys, let Gillian speak for a moment.
What did Asana react to this?
Gillian.
The feeding starving children thing is such a frickin' red herring. So first of all, the vast majority of this USAID bloat and corruption does not go to that.
But if there's starving children, then it matters, Jillian. You're trying to pretend it doesn't because you're a heartless fucking ghoul.
Second of all, we have children starving here in America. But third of all, and what you don't know and what you have not looked into, okay, is that
those children aren't really starving. They're overweight. Oh no, that's what she would do. That's what Jillian Michaels would do. She would fat shame the starving children. She would literally do that. That's her thing. That's her celebrity. That's what she became famous doing.
It's called Save 3 Lives. And it's by the Rodale family. And it has to do with the fact that our big ag companies went into the developed world to addict their soil to our GMO crops. It's a money laundering.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. Those children should starve because GMOs. Oh my God. Look, is there corruption in the US government? Yes. Does it come in the form of the people being regulated like Elon Musk having way too much sway over those who are regulating them? Yes. Do they choose their own regulators? Yes, often. Are GMOs sometimes used as a way to sell, exorbitant amount of pesticides? Are some of the GMOs specifically designed to withstand more than normal pesticides? Yes. And is that the best food for us? No. There are problems with the USDA. One of the problems that doesn't exist with USAID, though, is that it feeds starving children. Like that, and you could say that part of that is, the United States trying to exert soft power. You could say that the USAID has been a vector for, U.S. intelligence shenanigans. That's all true, but God damn, for her to bring up fucking GMOs here, in which I'm a little bit like, I have a mixed, view of that, Chad. I want genetics to be experimented with. I want genetics to be studied, but I want it to be studied fucking hard. I want all of the implication of introducing new products based on this to be explored and to be understood. And I want companies, like Monsanto or whoever, to have a lot less influence over laws that impact their, operation, right? So I'm definitely not anti-science. I'm definitely not an anti-GMO. I just think that sometimes, they're used for fucked up reasons.
Game. They can grow.
Yeah, not automatically bad. I mean, not automatically good either, but yeah.
Their crops in their soil far more efficiently and did for thousands of years before ConAgra and Cargill and Monsanto and ADM went in. You just don't know that because you haven't done your homework.
Oh my God, look, I have problems with all of those companies that she just mentioned. I have huge problems with all those companies that she just mentioned. But one question that I can't answer is how to feed the world without the Green Revolution. Anyways, when I say the Green Revolution, don't get caught up on, I'm not talking about the Green New Deal or anything like that. The Green Revolution is something that happened, I think, starting in the 30s. And these are new ways to farm. They're highly intensive monocultures, and yes, use a lot of pesticides, right? But they also increase the overall yields of food, right? This is a complicated matter of policy, and it's important to get it right, because failure to understand and balance, our policies, even when it comes to trying to minimize the impact of pesticides, trying to adopt better farming practices. You cannot dip below certain lines of food production without killing people. We're not trying to do the Soviet experiment of Lysenkoism here.
So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. When really, it is about billions.
There are, though. There actually are. There literally fucking are. And you've got no answer for that, and you're willing to let the food rot in storage rather than feed starving children, rather than put money in farmers' pockets. You pretend to be, in some way for humanity by posturing as some kind of anti-GMO activist when you are supporting the most corrupt government that the United States has ever had. And you're literally trying to use, you said a red herring. She said to Sam that the starving children were a red herring, right? A distraction. You know what's a distraction? Bringing up fucking GMOs here. Bringing up GMOs. The issue is not fucking GMOs. The issue is starving children. Yes.
of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's
I have
really
no
about.
doubt,
And
I
I've
have
seen
no
it
problem.
firsthand
I have no
when I went to
problem.
South Sudan and stayed at a
absolutely
refugee camp.
So
don't play your
problem.
starving children
have
card.
no-
I can't.
Well, listen, it's not my card.
Yeah, that's pure Ethan Klein right there. Don't play your starving children card. Don't play your genocide card. That's just a virtue signal. Is that what it is? Is it a fucking virtue signal to care about the lives of human beings? Is that a virtue signal, Jillian? Or is it a virtue signal to say that you want to help your clients when you're abusing them with an unsustainable diet and exercise regimen?
It's just simply the reality. And the fascinating
It
thing
is
about
your
this,
car, though.
Piers,
Your game is like
that
nobody's empathetic
we are
because
talking
children are
about-
starving.
We are
When
talking
that's
about
not what that's
USAID.
really about.
Let him respond.
USAID is a percentage point, like literally less than 1% of the U.S. budget. But because there is this attitude amongst the, frankly, it's not just USAID. I don't like them cutting the IRS. I don't like them cutting the EPA. I don't like them cutting Labor Department. I don't like them cutting the National Labor Relations Board. I don't like them cutting the FDA.
Do you like the level
the
of
USDA.
do you like the level of debt your country's in?
I don't think it's as much of a
$37
problem
trillion
as
in
you
debt.
do. But here we know the debt shot off like a rocket with the Bush tax cuts and then with the Trump tax cuts, and they want to extend those. And so if we want to deal with the debt, and if that's a genuine concern, we can go back to the time in this country where we had the greatest economic expansion during the 50s and the 60s, when we had a top tax marginal rate of 90% of every dollar that would be earned over $470,000. Today, it would be $3 million.
Can somebody explain to me Sam's mic situation?
And if these
is he just kind of in need of a pop filter here? What the fuck is? I've never seen that mic before.
guys are very concerned about the debt and deficit. We have a way of raising that money. We can go back to the greatest economic time of this country. So if that's genuinely their concern, we have that power to do it. I mean, we're not spending as a function of GDP. We're not spending significantly more per capita than we were in those years. The problem is that we don't have the revenue. There's been huge tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires and presided over by two Republican administrations over the past 20 years.
Okay, Benny, on that point, respond.
Piers, I love it. I love it. This is my favorite argument I've ever heard on your show. I love it. Go to the American people. Sam, I beg of you, join the DNC, run for DNC chair. I'll do anything, okay? I want your ideas to be the ideas that Democrats bring to the midterms and to the 2028 election. More IRS agents. Raise taxes to 90% of wages. I love it, Sam.
No,
How do
not
I get
90%
you in
of
the
wages.
chair, man?
90%
How do I
for
do
every
it?
dollar.
How do I do it? Where can I donate, Sam?
You can see the kind of like shit that they let fly now. Right? He said 90% top marginal rate. And you see exactly how this would get spun. Sam wants to make your taxes 90%. Sam it wants to talk policy, and he's come to a propaganda fight with policy.
It's the greatest argument ever. You're right, Sam.
Taxing
You should totally
millionaires
have the
and
entire
billionaires
Democrat Party
actually
make that
does
argument.
quite well in terms of Poland.
In fact, there's some Americans who would like to more than tax American millionaires and billionaires. Shall I introduce you to my friend, the brother of Mario?
Americans see what wealth disparity.
We can't say his name, chat, but I think we all know who we're talking about, who's got a much more punitive, a much more confiscatory tax in mind than what Sam is proposing. And I would suggest that you, Benny, make peace with the Sam Cedars of the world and find some wisdom in what they're saying, because I promise you that their tax rate is going to cost you a lot less in the long run than the alternative, sir, than the alternative, which is the National razor.
It looks like in this country today, when they actually see the wealth disparity.
Yeah, we've seen
it's
wealth
quite
disparity.
popular.
It looks like a federal government that's $37 trillion in debt, spending money on total bullshit.
You don't know what wealth disparity means.
And absolute and total fraud. Hey, Sam, why don't you answer a quick question?
You can Google it and find out what it means.
Hey, Sam, why don't you answer a quick question for me? Why are the richest counties in all of America the 5 major counties in the DMV right around Washington, D.C.? Can you explain to me, what do those counties do? Are there some mineral deposits there?
I would say that there's a lot of contractors there, sir.
Did they strike oil? Is there some type of rich
I
industry
can answer your
that's created
question.
around Washington? Maybe you can answer me that question. Why are those people so filthy rich? You don't seem to like rich people, so maybe explain why.
I can answer that question.
What does DC
You want me to
make,
answer it?
Sam?
It's lobbyists. It's lobbyists like all of the ones that have been appointed to Donald Trump's cabinet and to political positions. Rich lobbyists for all sorts of these industries that you supposedly have a problem with. I mean, that's where all the money is being made. It's not being made by federal workers. It's being made by lobbyists. And those are sent by corporations. If you will join me as part of my campaign that you're interested in me running the Democratic Party, in calling for Donald Trump to fire all of the lobbyists.
He's cooking. He's cooking.
It wouldn't leave many people left in the government, but if you'll join me with that, we can start to chip away at that problem you have with the counties around DC.
We've just got some breaking news from this.
He's doing the Chad face again.
Donald Trump.
He's trying to do the Chad face. That doesn't really work on Benny.
Encounter at the White House. In the Oval Office, Trump invited J.D. Vance to expand on his criticism of the UK for its free speech issues and alleged infringement.
Wait, wasn't this in the Putin, or sorry, in the, I did it again, Chad. We're doing Dark Brandon here in the Zelensky discussion.
In recent times. And he said, sitting opposite Sir Keir Starmer, we have a special relationship with the UK and our European.
Oh no, this was in the Keir Starmer conversation.
But there have been infringements on free speech. And Starmer hit back saying, we've had free speech for a very long time in Britain. It will last a long time, and we are very proud of that. So a bit of a battle, Benny. We talked just now about what was going on with the rape gang scandal in Britain, which was a proper scandal. Keir Starmer was not, in the end, proven to have suppressed any information about that. In fact, the opposite turns out to have been the case. He did more than his predecessor at Director of Public Prosecutions to try and go after them. But putting that to one side, I do think there has been some creeping infringement of freedom of speech rights. People getting, like grandmothers being arrested for stuff they're putting...
Interesting. Pierce is defending Keir Starmer against conservatives, just as he defends Donald Trump against progressives.
On Facebook is not indicative to me of a free democratic society working how it should.
Of course not. It's what the Gestapo used to do in East Berlin when half of the entire city were spies for the federal.
Pierce, you've lived in the UK. Can you say something? Can you say that it's not like the Gestapo? Can you say that you maybe disagree with some of the policies, you find them annoying, but it's not like the Gestapo? The Gestapo? Wait, did he say the Gestapo? Wait, what is my dude talking about?
Working how it should.
Of course not. It's what the Gestapo used to do in East Berlin when half of the entire city.
Excuse me, is he possibly mixing up? Sam, look at Sam's face. I think Sam's catching on to what I'm catching on. Right? If you're talking about East Berlin in the time of the divide between East Germany and West Germany, you're not talking about the Gestapo. You're talking about the Stasi. That would be the name that you're trying to reach for, and you're reaching into the wrong bag. You're reaching into the Nazi bag where you should be reaching into the East Germany bag. God damn it, Benny. God damn it.
City were spies for the federal government.
You know, he's definitely talking about the Stasi. He's talking about the Stasi. He just doesn't know what the fuck he...
Everyone's snitching on each other. By the way, Sam, I love this debate. Piers, this is why I love your show. Because I love free speech. And I love being able to to give chin music, right, to some of the guests who might disagree with me. But it's crazy, Sam. I totally agree with you. Let's defund the lobbyists. I could not agree with you more. In fact, actually, I do want all of
Will
the
you call
rich
for
people
Donald
who've
Trump to
existed
actually
off the glut
uphold his
of
vow
the federal
not to
government?
hire
I think there should be. I think there should be a lifetime ban.
Ro-Khanna just
Let me get this very
introduced,
clear. I think there should be a lifetime ban on lobbying for members of Congress. Lifetime ban. I think that lobbying should be severely curtailed in our federal government, and I think that
you know you're winning a debate when you say something to the effect of I'm playing chin music on my opponent here, right? You know you're really winning a debate when you have to say that you're winning the debate. That's how you know you're winning a debate. Chat, can we be clear enough that he's winning the debate? He's winning the debate. He's winning the debate. He just wants you to know that, right? He just wants you to know that.
Lawmakers to vote in favor of Ro-Khanna's bill that he just introduced.
It's crazy how you can come to agreements on these things, because actually that's the level of corruption that we're fighting. And I know Jillian cares very deeply about the former head of the FDA who was in charge of pharmaceutical approvals going over to take the top position at Pfizer, which just happened yesterday. That's insane. So we might get agreement here actually on
Jillian?
You might get agreement from these chuds, but what you'll never get is them actually pushing Republican politicians to make good on what they say that they care about. That's what you won't get. You won't get them to prioritize this sort of thing because they're too busy taking rights away from trans people. They're too busy demonizing immigrants. They're too busy glazing up Trump as he agrees to sell off U.S. citizenship for a cool $5 million.
I completely agree with Benny and Sam. I couldn't agree more. And one of the things actually that I would love to see Trump do is get money out of politics. If you really want to drain this swamp, you will change those laws.
Okay, that's great. I would love to see you prioritize this shit instead of your hate-fueled, frothing at the mouth, rabies against anybody that's not, the folk, the American people. ACAB includes Tone Police says, Benny, looks like he's taken some sweet chin music, does he? You think this guy fights? No, I don't know if that's what you're saying. I mean, he's like, a lot of these Republicans do seem to be, either on the juice or maybe, at the very least they're lifting. He does look different than he used to. He used to be.
And, for me in health, which is obviously my wheelhouse, I see it.
I think it's not. I think you did damage to the people on The Biggest Loser, and I think that they've got stories to tell to attest to that. I don't think you gave anybody health. I think you put on a fucking show, and what you showed was an unsustainable lifestyle. That is not what anybody needs to be healthy, Jillian. I think you make a farce and a joke of health.
Every single day with things like Benny just referenced, the revolving door employment policy with our government health agencies and private industry. So sign me up for that campaign because I'm with the boys 100%.
Fantastic.
Okay,
thank you for being the original mom.
The reason
Thank you for
why
being
that
the original mom.
budget resolution passed
They're trying to Jink Uger with him, aren't they? That's funny.
yesterday.
Do they think that this is Jink Uger they're talking to? Like Jink would be, of course, of course, of course.
Or 2 days ago, was because Donald Trump has access in the form of Elon Musk to literally infinite amounts of money.
Like, he really should follow up with this, though. If they're gonna say this on the screen, he needs to tweet at them every day until they push Republican lawmakers to start caring about money out of politics, and push that to the #1 priority. I doubt. There's no way, though.
And that is what has fundamentally changed with our politics. He put at least $300 million, one individual, paid for at least 1/4 of Donald Trump's expenditures during that campaign. One single individual. And that's just what we know of direct spending. And if you add
Shaky Gurga would be shaking, says coolest dude in the universe. Can we get some shaking Gurgas in my Twitch chat? Shaky Gurgas.
Miriam
Can I order some shaky Gurgas?
Adelson and one or two other, I mean, you have literally 4 or 5 people who paid over $500 million for Donald Trump. The idea that he would get money out of politics, his entire administration is about enriching himself and corporate America. That is why you see an assault. That is why you see an assault on the administrative state, which Steve Bannon called for in 2017, and now we're seeing.
There we go.
Do it illicit.
Okay, that's some proper emote spam.
It is to allow corporations to profit and privatize their profits and socialize their costs.
Guys, hold your fire for a moment. Hold your fire for a moment. Just going to bring in another guest
to disavow George Soros.
Okay, we'll come back to this. I'm going to bring in another guest.
I was going to say,
hang on, guys.
I'm sorry. Are you asking him to disavow George Soros as a Democrat? Or are you asking Sam to disavow George Soros for another reason?
Hang on, time out.
I would love to see. I would love to see George Soros be subject.
YouTube version of Shaky Gurga. You know, it's on a BTTV extension. So if you've got that, I think technically you should be able to see Shaky Gurgas. They just don't appear on screen, unfortunately. For some reason, that only works with Twitch.
I think
I would have for every billionaire.
We all, I think, broadly agree about this. So let's just have a little timeout. I'm going to bring in another guest to join us. It's the host of the mother of all talk shows and former MP, George Galloway. George, always a
really, George Galloway.
To have you on Uncensored, particularly when you spent all afternoon spray gunning me on social media about how you're going to rip me to pieces, and as you often do, by the way, woefully mischaracterized.
I feel like Sam said this part of the debate wasn't as good.
Some kind of Starmer fanboy when I spent almost all of his tenure as Prime Minister hammering the guy.
Look, I feel like you like to suck up to power. I think that's what I've discovered about Piers Morgan. I wouldn't doubt that you're glazing up Starmer too.
The only thing I've agreed with is about Ukraine
and Boris Johnson. You're a fanboy for him and Boris Johnson.
I kind of like his accent though. He's a bad guy though, right? Emlo Zaluche. Am I pronouncing this anywhere close to right? Thank you. I know what your name means, by the way, and I appreciate your name.
No. Don't misquote me.
And I too believe.
Don't misquote me. I am specific of war
in the Ukraine.
You're specifically on Ukraine. I agree with both Johnson and Starmer. That is true.
And how?
But that does not make me.
And how? We got to get going, chat. Regardless, if we want to see any. And I'm trusting that you do want to see some Ana Kasparian. The one in chat if you want to see some Ana Kasparian tonight. Do you want to see what Anna's got going on? She was also on Pierce recently too. So if we're gonna have any chance of watching any of that, we're gonna have to watch it now. Also, if we're gonna have any chance of getting bonus content, we are coming down to the wire. We are at 74% though. That's definitely striking distance. We're only 26% away from getting bonus content, and it looks like right now Bernie is way ahead. Bernie is way ahead of anybody else. We got 191 votes, almost a cool 200. Do we have that many likes, chat? We should get that many likes too, okay? Can we get 191 likes as well? But yeah, vote if you haven't already. You're going to have to come to YouTube if you're watching on Twitch to vote. I'm not telling you to change where you're watching. Don't change your viewing habits for me. I stream on both, so, come over here, vote, and go back if you want to. Also, leave me a like while you're there because it helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. Bernie's back, baby, at 38% in first place. Hassan and TrueAnon Epstein Files in second place at 26%. TYT Sweeps for Destiny, third place, 19%. And more Ethan Klein seething. Looks like chat's a little bit tired of Ethan Klein. The donors maybe are tired of Ethan Klein or not. Remember, you can vote on this. Keep on voting. That'll affect the polls. The other thing that affects the polls is when you donate, which, yes, indeed, is what it takes to push the dono goal forward and get us that bonus content in the first place. But when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you. and maybe push your favorite thing over the line. It could happen. It could happen to you. Anyway, we're gonna make like a I don't know what I was trying to say there. Make like a something and something. Oh, she is. There's Ana Kasparian talking about the Joy and Reid situation.
Isn't that a good thing?
Yo, Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Christina, you just got weaseled. Juan Grijalva, you just got weaseled. Paul Shane Gamer and author, you just got weaseled. Uikokon, you just got weaseled. And New Flesh, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. 15 for Kaya's father, gotcha. Thank you, Narwhal by Nature.
Isn't it the complete opposite of what she just told her viewers?
Ooh, in Rachel's monologue, which I'm not sure why you called it a rant, but in her monologue, she said that it was a mistake to lose Joy.
Wait, I feel like we need to start from the beginning. Do we? Yeah, we probably do.
My show had value, and that, I'm sorry.
Both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows.
Single tear, white woman tears happening right here.
So let me just say to Megyn Kelly, go fuck yourself.
I think Joy Reid is one of the biggest race.
I mean, look, sometimes Don Lemon hits. Sometimes Don Lemon hits.
In the history of American television.
There's only so many times you can, play that shtick.
That's Sean Spicer? Motherfucker has a show? There's a Sean Spicer show? That sounds miserable, chat. Do you remember this guy? Sean Spicer was Trump's press secretary? He's like one of the most cringe press secretaries to ever grace the office of. Izzy Sanchez says, I put the vote for Bernie. I got you, Izzy Sanchez, and thank you for the gifted memberships.
Over and over again without people getting tired of it.
Frankly, if Joy Reid were white and the tables were flipped, I'm sure she would last about all of one show.
I think audiences start to become more cynical about.
Oh my God, I feel like this is the Piers Morgan for Ana to let her freak flag fly, and that's what she's gonna do.
Where they're getting their information.
The whole attack on her network was predicated on an absolute falsehood.
No black people are not interchangeable. And so I can't say, well, I got rid of Piers, but here's another one.
President Trump's election victory was propelled by new media, but he still has his sights firmly set on settling scores with the legacy press. ABC News paid $15 million to settle a defamation suit. Paramount may now settle a $20 billion lawsuit over a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris that Trump says was edited to make her look smarter. And this week, MSNBC fired Joy Reid, one of Trump's fiercest critics.
To make her look smarter. He's suing CBS. Wait, is it CBS? Wait, is it CBS that he's suing? Yeah, it's like 60 Minutes, right? FTW all day. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Nicole McCarricker. You, I probably, am I McCarricker? You just got weaseled. Politics and Stalal? You just got weaseled. Ender Master 08, you just got weaseled. Robot Glock, you just got weaseled. And GVN 896, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Thank you, FTW.
Critics, who is best known for commentary like this.
The lady. Why would he call me that?
He hid in the bush? I remember this now. I like vaguely Sean Spicer Bush. Sean Spicer Bush. This is like, wait. Is this it? Exclusive bush footage of him hiding in the bushes? Wait, I just want to see the original tape. Is it this one? Hid in the bushes to avoid facing non-Fox reporters, asking about the Comey firing. Do we have video of this or something? This didn't get filmed, did it? Narwhal by Nature says 17 for Vox Populi from FTW. Thank you, FTW. It's starting to get interesting in this poll. It's starting to get a little bit wild. Looks like we hit the we hit the dono goal, and it is now the Vox Populi is coming into effect. I feel like this is like the understated part of the poll, Vox Populi, in that like it can do more than your vote like changes more when it's Vox Populi, because what it does is it knocks down 15% of everything that got donated for, and it kind of brings it back to closer to what the polls are saying. Wait, what is the deal here? So there's memes about it, but it doesn't look like we actually have a picture of it. Why didn't nobody took a picture of this? I need a picture. Picture, it didn't happen. God damn it. Taking Between the Ferns to a whole nother level. You're not right. You're not wrong, Tajium. You are right, actually. Wow.
Is this really about me fixating on race, or is it about you fixating on race?
But Donald Trump wants to never let black and brown folk up off the mat. Evident what they mean by DEI, right? Why not just say what you mean? You can't stand black people. We get it. You've been heard. Are you committed to naming a black woman as your vice presidential running mate? They wanted to go after the brown people too, because of course that is their other target.
Well, now Donald Trump has sparked uproar among DC journalists by taking control of the official press pool. The White House Correspondents Association has decided who gets special access to presidential events and Air Force One for more than a century. But now the White House itself will make the final call.
There was a moment in, I believe, 2008 when, I'm trying to remember what it was exactly. Either Fox News wanted access to something or they had access. And, based on them just doing like, just like, I think Obama considered eliminating Fox News from the press pool, and all of the press stood up and they were like, no, this is the beginning of silencing the free press. And it wasn't. It was just a recognition that Fox News isn't news. Fox News is propaganda. And Obama backed down from it. Obama backed down. He didn't do it. And now, so many years later, we are seeing what that would have acted. If Obama really was stifling free speech, this is what it would have looked like.
Promising to add podcasters and streamers to the rotation.
Was it Fox or one guy? I thought it was Fox.
And in a bombshell announcement, Washington Post owner Jeff Bezos said the newspapers...
And at the time, it was pretty widely recognized that there was something different about Fox News than other networks. That should not be hard to say. That should not be hard to recognize. But at this point, they've utterly trampled over any sort of...
pages will now be limited to the defense of only two things: personal liberties and free markets. Trump supporters say mainstream media is blatantly catching up with public opinion as it fights to remain relevant. Critics say it's a chilling assault on the free...
The type of YouTube slop acts that support the new Ana have a deep obsession with Joy Reid. Are you talking about actual justice warrior Freedom 90? Is that who you have in mind? Because I feel like I know the type of YouTube slop artist that you're talking about, and Sean from AJW definitely fits that bill.
Press will here to debate all this. Executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Ana Kasparian, the former White House press secretary and host of the Sean Spicer Show, Sean Spicer, the host of Bet News, Mark Lamont.
We're gonna get spicy with Spicer.
Fearless with Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock. Well, welcome to all of you. Let me start. I'm sorry, I've missed one.
What? Oh,
last and by no means
disrespect.
As unimportant as I may have just made you seem, Natalie, the co-host and White House correspondent for Steve Bannon's War Room, Natalie Winters.
Wait, let me count this up. Ana Kasparian, based on the... Okay, so I'm guessing we're counting Ana Kasparian as a liberal. we're going to count Ana Kasparian as a liberal, right? That's the kind of liberal that we get for this conversation. Because if you're Piers Morgan, you're going to pack the panel with people that are utterly unsympathetic, for the most part, to Joyanne Reid. You got Mark Lamont Hill, who I think is good, and I'm counting on for maybe to be the only source of good takes. I think, yeah, you got Sean Spicer, who, unless he's had like a revelation where he's like, what I did with Trump was wrong, I shouldn't have hid in the bushes, is a conservative. You got somebody from Steve Bannon's fucking War Room, and then this guy down here with the red mic, I think, is conservative as well. So wait, what do we got? If we want to be real, there is one lefty here and 5 right-wingers, all right? If we want to be real. Now, if we want to say it in a nice way to Piers Morgan, we will count Ana and Mark as our lefties, and we still have 3 right-wingers. And we have Piers. Piers would never cop to the fact that he himself is a right-winger, but he is. He had 5 conservatives versus 1 leftist. It's like a jubilee. This is like the Jubilee 5v1. Yeah, exactly, chat.
Unusually, there are 5 of you because we just knew you'd all be brilliant, so we're having you all today. So Natalie, welcome to you as well. Okay, let's get into this. Jason Whitlock, it seemed to me, watching MSNBC...
Anna always has Jeff.
Rarely, because I found it bad for my blood pressure, that Joy Reid was just about the single biggest, worst race baiter.
This is not a panel, Piers.
In the history of American cable news. And it's not even close. Your thoughts?
Totally agree with you, Piers. Joy Reid's job, as a lot of black women on MSNBC or CNN, it's their job to define everything along racial lines and to continue to explain to the American public that if you disagree with the Democratic Party, you're racist. And it doesn't matter what position you take. If you're anti-abortion and pro-life, well, you must be racist because you want to stop Planned Parenthood from killing black babies at an incredible rate. So it was Joy Reid's job.
Wait, what is this? Is this George Galloway? Big Brother episode 4? Like that, didn't you? Good girl. So she's calling him good girl? Is he purring? That's George Galloway?
Good pussycat, yes.
He's eating out of her hands. Okay. That's the deep lore of George Galloway, I guess. Wow.
Job to paint everything that Republicans or conservatives or even
thank you, Vamps,
evangelicals do as racist, and people happen to fall for that trap. She's lost some credibility, I think, on the other side of November 5th, and they're going to replace her with people that will do the exact same job, but they'll be less expensive. But yeah, I think Joy Reid is one of the biggest race baiters in the history of America.
Who is this guy? All I know is he's a conservative host. I don't really know much about this guy.
Television, but that's really the only skill she had to offer, and so she offered it up.
And what is utterly ironic is that following her departure, her ratings sucked, by the way. They were terrible.
I mean, that's true for most of MSNBC.
Departure, Rachel Maddow, the biggest star at MSNBC, then accused her own bosses, NBC, of racism. Let's take a look.
I love everything about her. I have learned so much from her. I have so much more to learn from her. I do not want to lose her as a colleague here at MSNBC. And personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door. It is not my call, and I understand that, but that's what I think. I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network.
Mark Lamont Hill was sacked by CNN years ago after speaking out for Palestinians at the UN.
Where we've got two non-white hosts in primetime. Both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad.
So Mark Lamont Hill, what's utterly bizarre about...
Wait, Galloway is a former sports... Oh, no, is this guy in the bottom middle? Is that who you're talking about? Is a former sports writer with a horrible takes on sports and politics? Unfortunately, there's a lot of that going around these days.
Rant from Rachel Maddow is that Joy Reid is being replaced on her show by not one person of color, but 3. 2 African Americans and a Latino. Isn't that...
I feel so bad for Mark being in this situation. It's basically 5 versus 1.
a good thing? Isn't it the complete opposite
No, but being weaseled is a good thing.
of what she just told her viewers?
Ooh, in Rachel's monologue, which I'm not sure why you called it a rant, but in her monologue, she said that it was a mistake to lose Joy. And prior to the part that you cut from, she explained Joy's talent. She explained why it was a loss. She never called the network racist. I mean, I understand that that's your interpretation, and
Well,
I do
she
think
did.
it's a
She said
mistake
that
to let
the two
hosts-
people of colour in prime time were going, but she didn't point out that one of them is being replaced by 3 people of colour.
Right.
So the whole statement, the whole attack on her network was predicated on an absolute falsehood, which is that somehow they're taking the black people away, and this is awful. It's racist.
Yeah, no, let MSNBC just have a revolving slot for black news anchor or black show host, right? That where they'll be replaced every 6 to 9 months, right? So that you got the appearance of a network that, I mean, not even really mirrors like the country, but like at least has some black people, but at the same time no one host is allowed to like build a real following there.
Was the clear insinuation?
Right, and I was trying to make a nuanced point, and if you allow me to finish the point uninterrupted as you allow Jason to, you'll hear it. I promise I won't go on a rant.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you can have a critique of someone making a mistake along the lines of race without them being racist. For example, saying, hey, we need racial representation on the show is to say that, hey, this is a network that has a huge black base, a huge black woman base. Hey, maybe it makes sense to have a popular black woman host stay on the show. That's her argument. There's an argument against it for ratings. I'm not making a case right now one way or the other on that point. My point more precisely is it's not necessarily racist, or you're not necessarily accusing someone of racism to say that they made a mistake along the lines of race. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, Comcast is getting rid of MSNBC, sold it to Spinco, their sister company. They're literally spinning them off to Spinco? That's wild. It's called Spinco?
And no, black people are not interchangeable. So even if I were to replace you, Piers, with another British white male host, not everybody has your talent. Not everybody has your knack for deep listening and careful listening. And so I can't say why.
I feel like you're trolling, Piers. A little bit of trolling here. Ooh, I did it wrong. What the fuck? I wish you could just hit Control Z and go back. After the Rachel Maddow thing, god damn it. He did a little trolling.
Joy, in prior to the part that you cut from, she
was not being watched. People were tuning in.
A race baiter. This is the problem that replacements, but I don't think that they're the same. And then finally here, Joy Ann Reid, just to counter what Jason said, to say she doesn't have any other talent, I think is just untrue. She has the fancy Harvard degree. She's an experienced journalist, and she has deep insights that she offers. Her show isn't about being a race baiter. This is the problem that I see that's the biggest. And that is that when someone responds to a race-based conversation, they become the racist. She's responding to the cutting of DEI. She's responding to people saying DEI stands for didn't earn it. She's responding to people cutting affirmative action. All of that is race talk and race-based policy. She's critiquing the Republican response to race policy.
Yeah. So the real race baiting is, like Mark's saying, from the Republican Party, and a lot of what Joy's doing is responding to that. And then she's the one that gets hit with, "Oh, you're race baiting." Yeah, fuck.
And they're saying, "Look, she brought up race." No, she's pointing out the problem with how they're dealing with race.
Okay, let me bring in Sean Spicer, who's been smirking throughout your commentary there. Sean, your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, it's awful rich that Rachel Maddow, who works one day a week and makes $25 million, has some huge concern for Joy Reid. If you care about your friend that much and her well-being, offer one of the 25 million that you're getting to work 1 day a week to her. Second, I mean, with all due respect, if she were that popular, the ratings would reflect it. Her show was not being watched. People were tuning it out. And it was for a reason. They didn't like the topics. They didn't like her, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a business. And the business is to attract advertisers that make the network money.
I'm sorry, Sean Spicer, are you defending MSDNC, sir? Wow, you really are a rhino. You really are a rhino after all. This guy loves MSNBC.
Clearly,
he's defending MSNBC. How dare you?
That was not the case.
You liberal.
If people really think you're that good at what you do, then they tune in. The audience grows.
This guy loves Rachel Maddow.
Or it stays stagnant. But in her case, it was on a massive decline. And that says that they didn't like her. They didn't like her topics. They didn't like what she was talking about. And it's pretty obvious that there's only so many times you can, play that shtick over and over again without people getting tired of it. I think that the ratings reflected that.
Yeah, I mean, Natalie Winters, there's no doubt. I mean, Fox has been absolutely crushing everyone in cable news now. They average 3 million viewers in prime time in the latest numbers, up 50% from the same month last year. MSNBC averaged 1.1 million, down 16%. CNN, 500,000 pretty much, down 3%. And in Joy Reid's case, apparently the ratings on Tuesday without her jumped 16% just by not having her sitting there. Which doesn't entirely surprise me, because whenever I had the misfortune to catch her, she was incredibly incendiary in her race baiting. There was just no other way to describe it. I mean, Mark's being very charitable in trying to defend her only ever responding to what you think were race issues, and therefore if you criticize her, you yourself are being racist. But come on. She looked for every opportunity she could possibly find to accuse everybody who wasn't her skin color of racism.
Piers, can you name one topic that where she invoked race?
And I would just
okay. Look. I know that they're gonna invoke they're gonna invoke equal time and everything here, right? Oh my God, no! This is terrible. This is terrible. You got 5 versus 1. If you're gonna do that, you need to give Mark Lamont Hill half of the time. It's still unfair. It's still highly unfair, right? But if you want to make any semblance of a balanced panel here, you would actually, it would be his turn to talk back. It would go like Piers, Mark, Sean, Mark, other dude, Mark, chick from Steve Bannon's War Room, Mark, right? That's
just add, even though MSNBC, I think they are
did I say Anna Mark?
Dosing on critical race theory, they find racism in every single corner, in every single story. And frankly, if Joy Reid were white and the tables were flipped and she was saying these things about people of color, I'm sure she would last about all of one show on cable news. But I think, frankly, this discussion, I think it sort of misses the mark. I think the reason...
because that's totally right for somebody to be on cable news and be like, black people have it so easy. There's so much oppression against white people. White people are... Yeah.
Why a lot of the MSNBC viewership has been absolutely cratering. In part, people don't buy into the ad hominem attacks. Just look at the election results. But this is a network that has lied to their audience day after day, show after...
You are from Steve Bannon's network. Please, miss me with that shit.
Show. Not only about how President Trump is a threat to democracy, how he's an autocrat and authoritarian, and we're witnessing a takeover, a hostile takeover of this country, but they're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, because in the same breath, right, where they preach the idea of democratically elected representatives and they're the staunch defenders of democracy, they're now actively opposing and try to use sort of outside of the system tactics to oppose and essentially take down a democratically elected president. So their sort of grassroots, really hardcore base viewership, they feel lied to. That's why they're abandoning. And your average American viewer...
No, they're abandoning because MSNBC doesn't fight back hard enough, because two of their, key people... the married couple that hosts the morning show went over to have fucking mimosas at Mar-a-Lago after saying that Trump was a fascist. That is why MSNBC is losing ratings, because no one fucking trusts them anymore. And meanwhile, Midas Touch, not my cup of tea, not my favorite show, but is apparently overtaken Joe Rogan. At least for the moment. as the top political podcast.
Doesn't want to partake in the sort of color
Or wait, is it top podcast? I don't even.
tactics and propaganda that they're pushing to smear President Trump with.
Yeah, and also I think, you know, when Mika and Joe went down to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago, I think that
there you go,
seen by a lot of MSNBC viewers as a real betrayal.
But the truth of the matter is, there's not a lack of interest in, left-wing news outlets. There's probably more than ever. It's just there's a lack of trust in a lot of these outlets. And there's a lot of these outlets that are doing, like TYT, for instance, right? TYT used to be a trusted network, used to have hold a lot of sway over progressives. No longer so. They've made, they've made their peace with MAGA, and people are not pleased.
You know, for whatever good intentions they did it. I just think if you call someone a fascist for year after year after year, and then you go and have tea with them, it's not an easy thing to explain to your viewers. Anna, I mean, I want to play you a clip. This is where Megyn Kelly says her commentary about.
Oh, your friend Megyn Kelly.
Don Lemon responded.
The big news tonight.
Megyn Kelly of the petroleum jellied lens
will be Joy Reid's final show on MSNBC. Single tier.
I'm sorry, what network are you? Oh, Sirius XM. Okay, just checking.
White woman tears happening right here, Joy.
Just checking.
She was officially fired over the weekend because she's a racist, horrible news anchor with no ratings.
The worst person on television was fired from NBC in the Today Show a few years ago, and that's Megyn Kelly. So let me just say to Megyn Kelly, in my 30-some years as a journalist and my 50-some years as a person of color.
Wait, Midas Touch has been beating Fox Entertainment? Wait, you mean like in terms of online? Fox Entertainment, though? What is Fox Entertainment?
Go fuck yourself.
There we go. She should definitely go fuck herself.
Okay.
I do love the way that Don positions himself as the antidote to toxicity, and then tells people to go fuck themselves. But Anna, look, it's all blood.
Like she should. It would probably help her to, take care of it. You got to take care of business, Megyn Kelly.
I do think it's interesting.
You got to do some reading, girl. You got to do some deep reading. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
MSNBC having gone all in on Kamala Harris.
You got to do that she-bop.
And all out on Trump because of the election result, now seem to be in some kind of crisis of confidence about what they should be. What do you think of it?
Well,
finally, Anna.
I think that, the obsession over the conversation on race and race baiting kind of misses the mark on what I think MSNBC is really vulnerable on, and that's the issue of trust and credibility among audience members or anyone who might be considering MSNBC as a news source. So, for instance, Kamala Harris did not run a flawless campaign, not by a long shot. Okay, her campaign was very flawed. It did not have a focused message. She was taking advice from, corporate executives within her family, and she moved off of the economic issues that obviously voters consistently communicated through polling they cared the most about. And so when she goes on camera and says that Kamala Harris ran a flawless campaign after the election, in which Donald Trump wins all the swing states in the popular vote, I think audiences start to become more.
Wait, did Joanne Reid actually say that?
Cynical.
I mean, that is an incredibly ignorant statement. If that
where they're getting their information, and so
that being said, like the idea that Anna's giving you here that like race as an issue does not need to be talked about is so fucking wrong-headed.
A lot of lies were kind of debunked in.
Streaming platforms has Midas Touch ahead of Fox. I refuse to call Fox News. Oh, good point. It's sports entertainment. I gotcha, Steven. It's a sports entertainment. It's like news entertainment, like sports entertainment.
The election, and when I say lies, I'm specifically referring to how fantastic the Democratic Party is, how they really have a vision for the future, how flawless Kamala Harris is.
Queenie Evergreen, I think Harris ran a good campaign. Look, I don't think Harris is a bad candidate. All right. I don't think Harris is uncharismatic. And I liked Harris's initial approach to the campaign. I loved everything about the way that she engaged with Donald Trump. And I don't know why she gave that up. She ran a month, July, August, maybe a little bit more, maybe a month and a half of a really good campaign. And then she dropped it. And the reasons that Anna's giving are actually not too far off. Yes, because of advice she got from, in-laws apparently about, you shouldn't say price gouging. Yeah, she fucked up. She was given bad advice, and you saw that bad advice on display on Pod Save America. You saw that bad advice that Kamala Harris got from her campaign team, it was just Biden's campaign team, right? Kamala was actually doing a good job running the campaign, and then they bring the Biden campaign team in, and it goes to shit. And the damning moment, I think, was on The View when she's asked, is there anything that you would do different than what Biden is doing? Now, I know that's a tough question, but you're in a tough place, right? You're trying to win an election that Biden was losing. And the one wrong answer you can give is to not say anything. And that's what Kamala did. So, yeah, I mean, I don't entirely blame her. And I don't think that it was like her idea. It seems like her instincts, picking Tim Walz. It seems like, her instincts were actually pretty good. And then it's just like, the further into the campaign she got, the more she ran a standard Democratic campaign. And this is from a Democratic Party that's been running from its own shadow since the 80s. This is for a Democratic Party that's afraid to stand up for the values that made that party great. For standing for workers, for standing against the wealthy, right? The Democratic Party gave that up. And Kamala, as it went on, was looking for votes from the Lynn Cheney supporters out there. Guess what? Lynn Cheney has no supporters. She has no constituency. She was a politician. She was a fairly successful politician, but at present, she represents exactly no one. And Kamala Harris bought into that no one and pursued that no one. And again, because she represents no one, she got no votes and probably lost some votes by embracing Liz Cheney. There were a lot of mistakes that were made on the campaign. And I have no doubt that they came mainly from Kamala's staff, which was Biden's staff, and not from Kamala's instincts. Because from what I could tell, Kamala's instincts were pretty good. I think Kamala is a charismatic person. I think she's got the goofy aunt thing, and she can make it work for her. But people got in her way, and she listened to the wrong people. She had a lot of the right answers herself. She just, I guess, didn't believe in herself at the end of the day. And it's a sad thing because, as many problems as I've got with the Biden administration and with the Kamala campaign, she would have been so much less bad than what we're dealing with right now. I would so much prefer having Kamala Harris, with all of her faults in the office than Trump.
Even though the aggregate of polls showed that she was trailing Donald Trump, we kept hearing all of these rosy news reports.
Wait, am I saying her name wrong? Is it not Liz Cheney? Wait, what is her name? Am I saying it wrong?
It's about how she was doing fantastic. And so I think the Democratic Party and the left in general.
But yeah, I can't describe the degree to which, I just got sick in the stomach as election night rolled on, because I really did not want this outcome, right? I had a lot of problems with the campaign. I had a lot of bad feelings about, where the campaign was going and where it moved, because they were doing so well in July and August. They were doing so well early on. And just to see her lose it like that was awful. So yeah, this is not something I say joyously.
Really needs to have a moment of self-reflection instead of seeking out news content that validates everything that they believe and want to hear. And that's honestly the biggest flaw and downside of the Democratic Party at the moment. And people like Joy Reid, unfortunately, foster that kind of environment that made them think, no, we're killing it. We're doing great. Now, I don't think that MSNBC has learned the right lessons because they're basically replacing Joy Reid's hour with other individuals who are, never Trump Democrats, although Michael Steele used to be the head of the Republican.
That's what MSNBC needs. More Republicans. They could hire you. They could hire you, Anna.
National Committee, but nonetheless,
honestly, you would fit right in with all those self-hating Dems.
He hates Trump, and so they're going to keep
self-hating liberals,
focusing on uplifting Democrats that I think really need to get back in touch with the American people and understand what their genuine concerns are. They're not doing that right now. I think they're looking for other mouthpieces that are willing to just tell them what they want to hear.
Isn't this weird? The one time that Anna goes on with any, do you notice this, chat? This is the first time that Anna's been on with a critic. This is a safe space. She's got clowns to the left of her. She's got jokers to the right. She's got no worries. She's got just Mark Lamont Hill, right? The one time that she goes on with a critic, and I don't think Mark is not going to bring up anything, about Anna, right? I very much doubt that the conversation is going to go there at all, right? And she knows that, right? But the one time she does go on with a critic of hers, she's got a 5v1. Was this a condition? Did Anna pick the guests or something? Like, I don't know. It's so weird to have this 5v1 setup here.
Mark, you're shaking
That's
your
what
head.
they're getting
Why?
out of- They're also hiring Eugene Daniels, who was a Kamala fanboy from Politico, to go over there and do this. So they're doubling down on stupid. I think it was said earlier, they're just getting cheaper versions, right? So Joy Reid probably signed her contract when MSNBC was Ascent. It's now flailing and falling apart financially.
I'll agree with you that Queenie Evergreen. No doubt that Misogynoir played a role in her loss.
Otherwise, so they're going in and getting cheaper versions of stupid.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch CNN where Scott Jennings appears as the Republican voice and basically takes on sometimes 3-4 liberals at the same time, and often eats them all for breakfast. But it's very entertaining to watch.
Who's he talking about?
And basically,
so they're going in and getting cheaper versions of stupid.
Yeah, and it's interesting to watch CNN where Scott Jennings appears as.
I don't know this guy. Anybody know Scott Jennings?
And basically takes on sometimes 3-4 liberals at the same time, and often eats them all for breakfast. But it's very entertaining to watch. And Mark, you're shaking your head, but the problem I have with MSNBC, it's all completely one-way traffic. They're just not interested in having anybody on there who differs from the view that Trump's the devil and that's the end of it. Whereas I think what's happening at CNN with Scott Jennings...
I feel like there'd be a lot more room for that if there wasn't Fox, Newsmax, and OAN, and Piers Morgan. If the battlefield was not asymmetric as fuck already, there'd be a lot more room for an MSNBC that they still have Tucker Carlson on. It's definitely, they've definitely... I mean, Morning Joe was a Republican. The Republican Party has just left him in the fucking dust. He's a rhino to them now.
This is quite interesting. It's more interesting to...
And look, he could actually make the Bill Maher argument of, I haven't changed, they've changed, and he would be right. He would be right.
I like on this show, for example, as we're seeing right now, to have people with all different voices.
This was a chud that worked for Mitch McConnell, the guy on CNN.
The idea you only have one type of voice, particularly when you've just taken a massive beating with that voice in the election.
You've taken a massive beating. What are you talking about, Pierce? Who took a massive beating? The Democratic Party. We're talking about MSNBC. If you're saying that that MSNBC is the Democratic Party, and, certainly I could accept that there's like an ideological bent. There's an editorial bent to what you're going to hear on MSNBC, and it's not Republican. But if you're going to say it's the Democrats, then why would they... Oh, yes, Democrats, the answer for you is to help the Republicans on their propaganda effort. They're not doing well enough controlling as much of the space as they do, controlling Fox News, having all this AstroTurf out there, you know, creating shitty orgs like the Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, PragerU, etc. No, that's not asymmetric enough. The MSNBC should bring on right-wingers. Good one, Piers.
It seems to me just bad business, isn't it?
No. To answer your question, the reason I was shaking my head was because it's simply not accurate what the person before me said. This idea that Joy Ann Reid was saying that, you know, the Democratic Party is perfect and that they made no mistakes and that all the campaigns were flawless, that's simply not factual. Now, I happen to believe that the Democratic Party made tons of mistakes. And I think
that Kamala Harris's campaign was flawless.
Right. So just, again, hear me out, and then you can disagree, and we can agree. Who knows? Maybe if you hear me, you may find out you agree with me. Kamala Harris is one of the few people who was critical of the Biden administration's position on Gaza. She was one of the few people, along with Ayman Mohyeldin and Mehdi Hassan last year before he was fired, who spoke out against what the Biden/Harris administration did. She also spoke out against Kamala's response to it. I agree with you that they were...
You can see that Anna is taking deep breaths, even with the 5-to-1 advantage that she's got. She's still a little bit nervous with Mark Lamont Hill there.
Too laudatory of the Kamala Harris campaign, and I agree with you that in general, they haven't done.
It's just going through her head that this guy had the gall to criticize me.
Autopsy of the Democratic.
How dare he?
Party, much less the Harris campaign, which I think could not have won anyway. I don't think she was a strong candidate, and I don't think she had a strong message to the American people. I suspect we agree on that. Where I disagree with you is that Kamala Harris was not unwilling to be critical. Joy Ann Reid was not unwilling to be critical of the party. I think the problem is that MSNBC in general is a left-wing / liberal, really, organ or political organ. Piers, no, I don't think that is inherently problematic. Donald Trump lost big the last election, and Fox News didn't hire me. You know,
Good point.
They double down and hire more.
But Fox News have people like Jessica Tarlov on the 5 and stuff that they will regularly have people on the left to
Harold Ford Jr. Yeah, thanks.
And actually, it's just more interesting.
And that's fine. You're entitled to find Fox News more interesting. I happen to not find MSNBC interesting at all, so I'm not caping for MSNBC here. What I'm saying is that news outlets in general have a point of view, even ones that pretend that they don't. And I don't want to single MSNBC out as if they're the outlier ideological channel and the other ones are straight news. Nobody is straight news anymore.
That's true, but I think they're the. That's true, but I think MSNBC. But they're the only ones.
MSNBC just isn't doing.
Look, I'll also give this to MSNBC. As far as their news reporting, I'm not talking about their evening shows. I'm not talking about the editorial, the opinion shows, right? I'm talking about their news reporting. It is more sticking to the facts than Fox News is. It's less spin, right?
They're the only ones who pretty much never have a conservative, in other words, an opposite voice.
Well, and their business model sucks. I mean, they're failing. That's the point.
Yeah.
Fox, you can't I mean, if you don't like Fox, that's fine. But at the end of the day, it's growing. So they're doing something right as a business. MSNBC,
Wait, when we just went through the shit with Nathan Klein and Demmons, you weren't defending him? Grow the fuck up. Wait,
If you ideologically, I agree with Mark on that. But if it worked for them, then go for it. Make money. It's not. And that's the point. At some point, the executives have to say, hey, you're not doing your job, which is we're supposed to make money as a company, as a business.
Yeah.
So do something
different. It's clearly
different.
not. Wait, listen. It's clearly not working. There wouldn't be
with all due respect, Sean. With all due respect, Sean, that's a straw man. That's a straw man, Sean. I'm not disputing that companies make money. I'm not disputing that MSNBC is doing a sucky job. I'm not disputing that MSNBC's ratings are bad and that they have to make a different decision when the ratings are bad.
Oh, I see.
I agree with all of those things, despite your arguments here. I'm saying that one, Joy Ann Reid is not singular in that way. Everybody on MSNBC, this side of Rachel Maddow, sucks. So when you fire somebody at Rachel Maddow for sucking, when you fire somebody at MSNBC for sucking, it's somewhat of an arbitrary choice. I'm saying who are we choosing and why, and when we replace them.
Financial decision.
What do we?
Yeah. There's a lot of hosts that aren't pulling in the views on MSNBC. The whole network, like I was saying, the whole network is like bleeding viewers like you wouldn't believe.
What do we replace them
Okay,
with?
listen, I
Because
want to move.
just
I
one more
want
thing,
to
Piers.
move on. I want to move on.
Go ahead.
The only thing I would dispute, Mark, that you've said is when you claim that Rachel wasn't playing the race card with when she attacked the network, she clearly was and was trying to make out that somehow
I didn't
Joy
say
Reid,
that. I said she didn't call them racist.
Hang on.
I said she didn't call them racist.
Well,
I said she didn't call them racist. I'm not going to allow you to misrepresent what I said. I said she didn't call the neighborhood racist.
Why else would she invoke?
In chat, if you're ever gonna, if any of you out there ever end up going on Piers Morgan, what he's doing is what you got to do. He just talked over Piers Morgan, but if he hadn't, his point would have been lost in the wind. If you want to see somebody who handles Piers Morgan about as well as anyone, I would say check out Mehdi Hassan's appearances with Piers Morgan, right? Mehdi Hassan, and you know, Piers acts like he's being incredibly rude. Piers almost sounds like he's, you know, ready to shut the show down at times. But if you really want to shut down Piers's bullshit and not let him run over you and just, you know, do debate tactics on you, you got to do what Mark Lamont Hill's doing. Let me rewind it a little bit so we get to see this, and because it's kind of a beautiful thing here.
I said she didn't call them racist.
Hang on.
I said she didn't call them racist.
Well,
I said she didn't call them racist. I'm not going to allow you to misrepresent what I said. I said she didn't call the neighborhood racist.
Why else would she invoke Joy Reid's skin color if she, having been removed effectively because she was black, she was saying, when she's been replaced by 3 people of color? It was preposterous. Anyway, look, let's move on. Let's move on.
You've misrepresented my position. It's fine, but
we've
that's
done
not what
20
I said.
minutes on this. It's more than I want to spend on MSNBC because they're getting the biggest audience right now they've ever had. So let's move on.
How hard could it be to get on Piers? Oh my God, chat. You're tempting me. I feel like I'd have to have better, higher production quality. Hey, maybe that's in the works, chat. Maybe that's in the works. I don't know. I'm kind of excited about this move. I really think it's going to happen. And if it all works out, you know, I might be able to hire an editor. I might be able to, you know, increase my production value, right? I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of myself. And I got to knock on wood because, like, you know, this is just a difficult thing that I'm doing here. But it's starting to look like everything's coming up NCC. And that's a good thing.
The press pool purge. So let's take a shot here of the announcement.
Did y'all see Sam on Piers? Oh my God, Dark Sparkle. I feel so bad. We just covered that. I didn't cover it all. I didn't have time to cover it all because I didn't cover the George Galloway part. So if there's something in there, let me know and I'll try to go back over that. Maybe I'll put that as bonus content or something. Anna looks cryptic. Yes. Moving where? Out of the United States. And you'll see, I almost want to leave it as a surprise, but I think I've mentioned it. Look, chat, if all goes according to plan, you'll be getting streams from different parts of the world, including one that I've got planned in Japan. Who knew? Yeah, that you thought that was just for Hassan? Maybe not. Maybe not. It's looking like I might be dropping a stream or two from Japan.
As you all know, for decades, a group of
We'll see. Like I said, I don't want to, get ahead of myself.
DC-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces.
This is their excuse for bringing in stenographers for the regime. And by the regime, I mean that illegal, illegitimate cartel that calls itself the Trump administration. That disgusting cancer on the face of American so-called democracy. Right? That's what she's introducing. She's trying to make it like, for years and years, it was hard to get on in the press pool if you were OAN, if you were up Trump's ass. Well, now we're going to make it a hell of a lot easier, and we're going to kick out the outlets that ask us tough questions that we don't like. Chat, you have voted for bonus content, all right? And it looks to me like you voted for Bernie's back. That is the bonus content. 210 of you have voted so far. Many have donated. including somebody who, including Vox Populi. There's a Vox Populi in there too. So it looks like the top segment is Bernie's back, baby. All right. And that's the only one that's got an emotion as far as the dono goal exceeding the Vox Populi, which is how the Vox Populi works. Like the only stuff that counts is stuff that goes past past that 15%. So if there's anybody else who's donated and wants to put your money where your mouth is, speak now or forever hold your peace. If you haven't voted yet, go ahead and vote. I don't feel it's not that it's not terribly close right now, so I don't know if that'll change anything. Oh my God, FTW with the 5 gifted memberships. FTW, remind me, was yours going to Vox Populi or to Hassan? Yeah, again, chat, apologies. Oh my God, Izzy Sanchez. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Izzy Sanchez says Bernie. Bernie's got Aura. Bernie's got Riz. All right, so Janet Sinclair, you just got weaseled. Lizzie Rosa, you just got weaseled. Mujika, you just got weaseled. Jess B, you just got weaseled. Varp TM, you just got weaseled. Brooke Anderson, you just got weaseled. V, you just got weaseled. Jana Luke, you just got weaseled. Saris, you just got weaseled. And Eric L, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. That is a great thing. Bernie is the grandpa that we all deserve. Well, he's been cooking lately, apparently. All right, well, it looks like it's going to be Bernie. It looks like it is going to be Bernie. We got a few to choose from here, too. So a month ago, he talked to Hassan. Let's see, we got one from 7 days ago and from 6 days ago. I'm trying to think of which one is the... I guess we'll look at the most recent one.
I am your family vacation planner. I am a voice for 19 American Indian cultures. I am the protector of 2,500-year-old American Indian burial and ceremonial mounds.
So he had people from, I think, the Park Service come up and speak before he got up. I think he had like fired federal workers. This is 6 days ago.
Thank you, Iowa City. You know, when we were planning these events, we had no idea how many people would show up. And last night we were in Omaha and we had to turn away 800 people who couldn't get in. And after I speak here, I think for the first time in my political life, I'm going to be running to another venue a block away to speak to another overflow crowd.
I wonder why that one didn't get uploaded.
So thank you all for coming out. Let me thank Ijima and Zach and Brian and Sandy and Patrick for all that they have said in defining why we are here today. We are here today because under Trump, our nation is facing a serious...
That's what he's doing, Davy. He's getting ready for a 2028 run.
...of crises unprecedented in our modern history. And what we do now, in the coming days, in the coming weeks, and in the coming months, will impact not only our lives, but the lives of our kids, the lives of our grandkids, and in fact, the very well-being of the planet in terms of climate. So if there has ever been a time in the modern history of our country to stand up and fight back, now is that time. And in my view, and I say this with some knowledge and experience as a U.S. Senator, Trumpism will not be defeated by politicians inside the D.C. Beltway. For better or worse, that is not going to happen.
I don't know if he's going to get into this, but like, two reasons that I want you to think about for what he just said. It won't be defeated by politicians in the DC Beltway. One is that it's going to take the American people rising up and taking their country back. It's going to take people power. It's going to take something beyond electoral politics, chat. It's going to take massive organization, mobilization, and solidarity. That's what's going to defeat Trump, if he's going to be defeated at all. That's part of it, chat. But the other part of it is, and Bernie's right about this, the DC Beltway Democratic politicians are more interested in punishing the American people for not showing up to vote for them, despite a campaign that shut them the fuck out, that failed to listen to them. They would rather punish the American people and try to reap the rewards when Trump crashes and burns. In other words, they're willing to let people get hurt through these reckless policies that involve cutting needed services to enable tax cuts for the very wealthy. And not just that, chat. If you're not making much money, there's a tax hike for you. That's what their plans are. And the Democrats, it seems, would rather let them do that, let them hurt the American people, and then rise that wave of the American people's anger back into power. I'm sorry, but that's not a party that deserves your vote. That's not to say that we can't use, electoral politics to oppose, Trump and his minions. I think we need to. I think we need to really concentrate on the 2026 thing. I mean that people like you out there right now, you need to find the way to take over your local Democratic Party. And we need to chase these assholes out of town. We need to send them home with gold watches, retire them, put them out to pasture, chat. The gerontocracy has fucked us for the last time. So yeah, there's two sides to what he's saying, and that, people power is important, people power is long forgotten, and people power is OP. But also the Democrats aren't coming to save us. There's some very cold hearts in the upper echelon of the party.
Only be defeated by millions of Americans in Iowa, in Vermont, in Nebraska, in every state in this country. Who come together in a strong grassroots movement and say no to oligarchy, no to authoritarianism, no to kleptocracy, no to massive cuts in programs that low-income and working Americans desperately need. No to huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country. And that is why I am in Iowa today. Well, thank you. We're in this together. Today, in America, we are...
A cold place to be right now. And he doesn't have to be there.
Rapidly moving toward an oligarchic form of society where a handful of multi-billionaires not only have extraordinary wealth, but unprecedented economic, media, and political power as well. If you want to know who is running the U.S. government, simply take a look at Trump's inauguration. Do you remember that? No. Now, for better or worse, I was there, right on the front row. I got stuck.
He's always there, in his mittens.
Standing right behind Trump, as he was being sworn in, were the three wealthiest people in America: Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. Those are the three right behind them. And behind them were the mini billionaires. They weren't worth hundreds of billions, but there were 13 of those billionaires who were nominated by Trump to be major agency heads. And when we talk about oligarchy, I want you all to remember this. In America today, while the wealthiest people, the 1%, have never, ever in the history of our country had it so good, at the same exact time, the working families of our country, as you well know, are struggling desperately to just make ends meet, to put a roof over their heads, to pay the rent, to pay for health care, to put food on the table, to pay for child care, pay for college, and maybe if you are an older worker in America, 55 or 60, you're desperately trying to figure out how you're going to put aside a few bucks to retire with dignity. That is the reality. In America today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had. Three people, those three people standing right behind President Trump, own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people. Top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. And while the very, very wealthy become wealthier, the reality facing ordinary Americans is somewhat different.
It's fucking dire. It's fucking dire out there for a lot of us. And this whole society is made to make you feel alone, that you're going through it alone, that there's something specially bad about you.
Sanchi super chatted $5. When we take the country back, we should make the billionaires pay the American people reparations. Enough is enough.
That's your money. That's also the wealth of your ancestors that's been extracted, right? That is dead labor being turned into leverage to use against you, the children of those workers of ages past. Capitalism is a machine, and what that machine does is it extracts and it aggregates from the bottom to the top. That's what it's built for. That's what it does. The longer you let it run, the more leverage those pieces of shit who make your life a living hell will have over you. And it's not going to get better until it gets worse for them.
Today, 60% of our
It's not going to get better till we put the fear of God in them.
people in the richest country in the history of the world are living paycheck to paycheck. Do you all know what the expression paycheck to paycheck means? All right, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. It meant that every week, every month, there were squabbles, decisions had to be made. How do you pay for the basic necessities? Many of you have grown up in families living paycheck to paycheck. And living paycheck to paycheck is not only an economic struggle. I want to tell you what it also is. There's a fact that we don't talk about in American society.
So, Chet, you've heard of the proletariat, I'm sure, right? That's just a fancy name of saying working class, which nearly all of the people I'm talking to are, if not every single one of them, right? People don't really understand what a capitalist is versus a proletariat. And, you know, you're literally talking, if you're a capitalist, about you own the means of production. You have resources with which you're able to seek rent. You've got money that makes you money. And that's what you're living on. And you're not, you know. But yeah, there's another word that somebody that used to be a friend of mine used, and it's precariat, right? Proletariat and precariat. And when you're saying precariat, I hope I'm remembering this phrase right? You're talking about somebody that's not just working for a living like everyone in the working class is. You're talking about a precarious way of living, where it's paycheck to paycheck, and one extra unforeseen bill or cost can literally wreck you, can literally have you out on your ass. And there's way more of us than I think that we realize that are in that situation, where we're one bill away from utter ruination. And that's really dispiriting. And the only cure, chat, the only cure for that fear that you feel is each other, is reaching out, is making connections, is getting to know your neighbor, is getting to know your coworkers, is starting to organize. Organize, mobilize, catalyze.
In the media, in Congress, terribly much. And that is, we have one of the lowest life expectancies of any major country on earth. You all know that? All right. Other countries live...
Yeah, and if you want to break that down, you can see that the life expectancy for the wealthy isn't all that low. It's the rest of us that are dragging the life expectancy down.
4, 5, 6 years longer than we do. But what is almost never discussed is that working class people in our country live 6 or 7 years shorter lives than the...
There we go. There we go.
Why is that?
Chat, what do you call somebody who steals not just your labor, not just your time, not just your attention, not just your data, but somebody who also steals away your life? What do you call that? That's some Castlevania shit, isn't it? That's some Castlevania shit. Stealing years off your life. For what? For what?
All right, who said that? Who said that? Stand up. Well, all right. What does stress do to people? All right, what stress does to people, and doctors know, this is not any brilliant observation on my part or your part. What stress does when you have to struggle every day to say, oh my God, my landlord's going to raise my rent by 20%. What do I do? I can't afford it. What do I do with my kids? My car broke down. How the hell do I get to work? And if I don't get to work because I can't afford the $1,000 it costs to fix my car, I'm going to get fired. If I get fired, how do I survive? Oh my God, my mother is ill. What am I supposed to do? She can't afford her prescription drugs. How do I pay for that? All right, my kid got sick and I'm working. How do I take off of work to take care of my sick kid if I'm going to get fired? You add all of that up, day after day, year after year, it wrecks people's minds, it wrecks people's bodies, and it causes them to die a lot earlier than people who do not have to worry about that economic pressure. That's what's going on in America today. And while the very wealthiest people become wealthier, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. We spend twice as much per capita on health care as the people of any other nation.
Okay, so not to slow Bernie's roll too much, but I want to highlight a parallel between 2025 and 2017. If you're not keeping track or it's not making sense to you, 2017 was the year that Trump took office for the first time, right? You know, he got elected in 2016. He took office in 2017. What was Trump going to, what was his grand project? What was his initial legislative goal in 2017? To end the Affordable Care Act, to take that away, to put Americans back into a situation where your kids could not stay on your insurance, where a pre-existing condition doomed you to a life, to a lack of health care. And if you were too poor to afford for care, you had to go to the emergency room, stay there all day, hope that they take you in and treat you for free. And, you get substandard treatment because you wouldn't go in until you had to go in. And you go into the emergency room and it ends up costing, everybody a lot more anyway. Right? That's what Trump was doing. What is he doing now? Well, one of the big things, if you haven't been paying attention to this diabolical budget, is that it targets Medicare. It attempts to destroy Medicare almost completely. And at the very least, they're going to put a they're going to put a work requirement on Medicare that doesn't recognize what I do and what a lot of us in the gig economy do as work. In other words, they're going to put another hurdle to make it harder for you to get health care. And that's at best, right? That's if they don't just utterly destroy it. And I remember feeling in 2017 that the ACA was doomed. It was doomed. The Republicans had all the votes they needed to take it down. And they had expressed an interest, a desire, an obsession with taking down Obama's signature piece of legislation. Well, there was one Republican who put his thumb down, and he's a piece of shit. All right, he's not. I'm talking about John McCain. I'm not a fan of John McCain. But at this point, since there are no John McCains left in the Republican Party, the only way that the Republicans are going to back away from this is if they're scared. And the only way they're going to get scared is if they start getting phone calls from their district saying that we won't accept this, we won't take this. We won't stand for this. This is intolerable, and we can't live with this. Right? There is a chance, as Trump starts to become more unpopular, because all you need to do is peel off two Republicans in the House, or 3 in the Senate. Yeah, the one actual maverick thing that McCain did in his career, and it's probably only because he and Trump hated each other.
But the function of our healthcare system is not to provide quality care to all. It is to make the insurance companies and the drug companies enormously wealthy. We need the best educated workforce in the world. And yet young people are going tens of thousands of dollars in debt in order to get the education.
And chat, that's like part of the reason I'm leaving the country. Like, I very likely will not be able to keep any sort of medical care. I won't be able to, I'm on prescription drugs. I won't be able to afford those if I stay. I'm literally, it's not, so like on some level, I'm being chased out of the country.
That they need. Half of older workers have nothing in the bank as they face.
It's the real maverick. It's the real one. What's up, bad lefty?
Retirement. And unbelievably, I did not know this. I was chairman of the committee that deals with this stuff. I had to learn about it. 25% of senior citizens in America are now living on $15,000 a year or less. Now, you tell me how anybody in America, let alone a senior, who often has health care needs, other needs, how do people survive on $15,000 a year?
Barely. Right? As somebody who has, I'll tell you, barely. We barely survive. And I can't imagine being a senior on that amount of money, having, oh my God, having bills I can't even conceive of at the moment.
So we are living in a society where the people on top make billions, doing phenomenally well. 25% of seniors living on $15,000 or less, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. We are going to change those priorities. And to show you, to just discuss for a moment how obscene
he sounds like he's been speaking a lot.
The level of oligarchy in America is today. Let me read to you what was reported in Bloomberg News just a few days ago. Quote, Bloomberg News. Elon Musk's net worth, $397.1 billion as of Tuesday's close, is up more than 50% since the election. First, Tesla Incorporated surged, then SpaceX became the world's most valuable tech startup, and XAI nearly doubled its valuation before looking to do it again. Now, X is looking to join Elon Musk, other companies, quote, in leveraging the billionaire's unprecedented political power, end of quote.
XAI, is that Grok?
But when we talk about oligarchy, it is not just the massive amounts of income and wealth inequality that currently exists. It's not just that we are living in two Americas, people on top, off doing their thing with incredible wealth, tens of millions of people struggling. That's not just what we're talking about when we discuss oligarchy. What we are also talking about is that today the oligarchs have enormous political power. As all of you know or should know, we have a corrupt political system which, as a result of this disastrous...
Never gonna vote for Bernie. He was disappointing on Gaza. I don't buy the cute grandpa shtick. Akil, if you don't live in Vermont, you know, that's true. You'll never be voting for Bernie. He's not gonna run for, you know... He's not going to run for national office.
Supreme Court decision on Citizens United allows billionaires to literally buy.
But yeah, the fucking entire Democratic Party, with notable exceptions, was disappointing on Gaza.
Elections. You get one vote.
They kicked Hassan out of there for talking to the the uncommitted people, right? Instead of bringing the uncommitted on stage, instead of bringing one Palestinian speaker on stage, the DNC decided to not ban Hassan, but kick him out of his space for having talked to these people.
Elections. Mr. Musk himself donated $270 million into Trump's campaign, and his reward for that contribution is that he is now arguably the most important person in government, more powerful than Trump. Further, he is using his extraordinary wealth not only here in the United States, but to support right-wing extremists all over the world, including an extreme right-wing party in the election in Germany tomorrow. This situation is so absurd. This is how crazy the corrupt political system is in America now. And Musk himself is so very arrogant that he is intervening, getting involved in a Supreme Court election in the state of Wisconsin.
Dark Sparkle says, so our country was sold for under 300 million. Yeah.
And he is putting money against a candidate who has the very radical idea that women should be able to control their own bodies. But I want you all to think about it for a moment. Think about all that's going on in America. He is so arrogant. He's getting involved in a Supreme Court election in one state. And if he can get involved and win a Supreme Court election in one state, what can he not win? Brothers and sisters, that is not the democracy that men and women fought and died to defend. And I should point out that the role of billionaires in politics, it's not just Musk, it's others. It's not just Republican billionaires, it is Democratic billionaires. It is the corruption of the two-party system. And that is why, among many, many other things, we have got to overthrow this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move to public funding of elections. So in an America where the people on top are doing extraordinarily well, while over the last 50 years, you know why people in this country are angry? Over the last 50 years, the average that working people today are earning less in inflation-adjusted wages than 50 years ago, despite all of the increases in worker productivity and technology. Can you imagine that? Almost all of the new wealth that has been created has gone to the top 1%. So that's the reality that we're in right now. And I think about all of that, when I think about all of the money going to the top, working people struggling, I remember the very profound and prophetic statement that President Abraham Lincoln made at Gettysburg in 1963. And it's funny, every year I usually try to get to a parade in Vergennes, Vermont. It's a lovely parade on Memorial Day, and often the organizers of the parade bring up some high school kid who recites the Gettysburg Address. And if you all remember what Lincoln did, and this was in 1863, terrible battle in Gettysburg, thousands and thousands of soldiers killed trying to end the horror of slavery. And Lincoln looks out in the battlefield, and this is what he said, and it's important to remember, quote, "We here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." And that is what we are fighting for, government of the people, by the people, for the people, not a government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, or for the billionaires. But it is not just oligarchy, as dangerous as that is. It's not just oligarchy that we are fighting. We are also fighting what is equally dangerous, and that is Trump's moving this country to authoritarianism. As some of you may have seen, Trump recently posted a statement that said, and I quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." What does that mean? It means essentially that Trump believes he can do anything he wants for any reason. He can ignore Congress. He can ignore the courts. He is above the law. And that's not just talk. That is exactly how he has been behaving. As many of you know, Trump, in violation of the Constitution and federal law, is attempting to suspend all federal grants and loans, and we've heard some of that from previous speakers. That means he has tried to block funding, and with some cases has blocked funding, for Medicaid, the Veterans Administration, Head Start, food stamps, homeless veterans, etc., etc. Tens of millions of Americans, some of the most vulnerable people in our country, were impacted by that decision. Fortunately, the American people have fought back, and the courts have stopped them from doing his worst. But as you heard, he is still trying, and in fact is throwing out federal workers illegally and unconstitutionally all over this country. Unconstitutionally, he has dismembered agencies established by Congress. You can't do that, including USAID. USAID helps to keep alive some of the very poorest children and people throughout the world. That the richest person on earth is forcing children, the poorest children, to go hungry and unnecessarily die is a moral outrage. Trump has dismembered the Consumer Financial Protection Board, which has saved Americans billions of dollars from illegal corporate and banking activities. He has even taken control over the Kennedy Center and now wants to take over the post office as well. But it's not just usurping the power of Congress. He is undermining and challenging the role of the federal courts. I don't know if you've been hearing what Vice President Vance has been saying. And what he has been saying is that despite 150 years of American jurisprudence, Trump has the right to go forward regardless of what the courts say. In other words, according to Vance, the courts do not have the right to stop unconstitutional acts of a president. But it is not just in this march toward authoritarianism, it is not just usurping the power of Congress and the courts. What authoritarians do is they go after all forms of dissent, starting with the media, in an unprecedented way.
We've just seen that tonight. We've just seen that tonight with the pod people in the Oval Office press conference, right? There are some voices of the media that still at least sound independent, even though you know that they're scared. They've seen their fellow reporters have their access eliminated. And they know that there's like a limit to how hard they can actually go, how hard of questions they can ask Donald Trump. And they've seen those OAN pod people creeping in there to replace them with the voice of the regime, the voice of the Trump crime syndicate.
ABC to a settlement with him for a TV story he did not like.
Aren't Pod Save America people douchebags? I mean, yeah. How far back are you, Calm Shield?
Meta, which owns Facebook and
oh, thank you, Steven Sayers. Have a good night.
Instagram has also had to respond and settle a lawsuit that he brought. He has.
Sorry, chat. While I was not responding, I was looking up an equation. Bernie, like, you know, it's weird. Bernie will sometimes allude to things that connect directly to Marxian concepts.
Sued CBS's 60 Minutes for billions of dollars for another story he did not like during the campaign. And incredibly, he has sued the Des Moines Register, your own paper here, for the crime of doing a poll whose results he disagreed with.
Yeah, I think we covered Pod Save America with their conversation with Stephen A. Smith. And it was really sad because you saw Tommy Vitor rightly criticize some things that Stephen A. Smith said. And then when he brings him on, he's just completely...
And now his FCC is investigating PBS and NPR. So it is obvious what he is doing. He is attempting to intimidate the media. He is telling them that if you write a story or if you do an investigative piece that I don't like, we're going to sue your company for billions of dollars. So all over the country, the people who own these media, small papers, whatever.
And in the past, chat, presidents wouldn't do this stuff, not because they can't do this stuff, but because of the optics of what a president suing a media company looks like. Right? To some degree, our political system was governed by shame. Trump has no shame. And neither do I, chat, because I am going to have to, I'm going to have to call it. As much as I want to hear more. Thank you, mods, for keeping us all safe tonight. Thank you to everybody who supports me in any way, including the Thumb Gang. People who like the stream, I appreciate you. I appreciate the fuck out of you. There would be no stream without you. Your thumbs, your likes are what pushes my content out there. And I appreciate it, just like I appreciate those who support me on Patreon, who I should now shout out. Oh my god, chat. Let me give a shout out to my Patreons here. All right, everybody on my Patreon, you get my videos before they come out. You get them uncensored and unredacted. I need to get you one soon. I should be working on another video in the near term. Everybody at the $5 level and higher, you get a fancy shout out. Let me do those shout outs now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxbier. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Magoggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. I am gonna kind of left with like not a lot of choices tonight. Chat, what would you think about rating AB? We talked about this last night, and I told you I really didn't want to do this because I had Ethan in the title. What do you think? AB is doing just chatting. Stream title, Happy Ramadan, Real Gamer Hour stream. I don't know. There's... I think we're just gonna have... let's do lexical, lectual plays. We're gonna do that. Just I don't know how I feel about the H3 crew, even AB. AB is probably like the least bad of the H3 crew, and I still don't know how I feel about AB. Like, it would be nice if there was a way to like reach out to, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you just can't work for Ethan Klein without like compromising way too much. Is Celine Dion streaming Calm Shield? Anyway, chat, we're gonna raid Lectual plays. This is Intellectual on YouTube, who you should also, if you are not following that channel, Intellectual makes some great videos. Also streams on Twitch, so we're gonna Oh my God. Let me type in right now. That's my Twitch address if you want to raid along with us and go see what Lectual is up to. Otherwise, have a good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow. We got to cover, I guess, Bad Empanada has massively triggered Ethan Klein in a way that just I can't ignore. So we're going to take a look at that. And until then, much love, and take care of yourself and each other. And I will see you